You are listening to Mind Shock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Quick mic check. Does this sound better? Or does this sound better? Is this better? Test 1, test 2. Test 1, test 2. Which do the listeners prefer? Saddlebum says 2. Okay. So if this is better, let me adjust the settings here. Okay, 2 is better. Alrighty then. Welcome to another thrilling edition of the Mind Shock podcast. Today we are logically examining what is the greatest modern decade, as in the greatest decade out of the last, I don't know, what are we going to say, 8 or so? Anything further back's kind of difficult to verify. The 80s usually get heralded as the greatest decade in modern history. The 90s are often called the last great decade. But it's kind of hard to nail down which is the better decade, particularly when examining the early 80s versus late 80s and early 90s versus late 90s. Late 90s were a little bit more iffy, but I would argue early to mid 90s were up there. We're up there. Same thing with 80, 81, 82. I mean, the technology wasn't quite there. Some people preferred that. But mid to late 80s might have been peak civilization. It might have been peak human civilization, or at least in our modern cycle. As always, if you want to help support the Mind Shock podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it's quickly going extinct, you could donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. If you're still not getting them, just like and comment and share more videos. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section unless you are here with us live. Then you can participate in the live chat. It usually gets pretty interesting here. We examine any and all aspects of any and all topics. Okay, so in a second we'll do a poll of the current people in chat who believe whether it was 80s or 90s or another decade. Then I'm going to go over the discussion we had in the community tab on YouTube here on MindShock. If you are not aware, we have many interesting discussions in the community tab on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/MindShock. You can check it out. Go to the community tab, lots of polls and discussion. It's kind of like Twitter, but with a lot less riffraff and random goofs. There's still some of them. You know, you still got goofs like Tsutsaka. our resident Dunning-Kruger goof, who, surprised he's not here right now, actually. So, when examining which decade was greater, we're talking all aspects here. We're talking economy, mental states like index of happiness. We're talking entertainment of all kinds, music, movies, etc. We're talking what people did in their free time and how they did it. Human interaction, technology, the pros, the cons, the general health of populations, mental and physical. Everything is going to be kept in mind here when trying to determine what the better decade was. Alright, so poll is launching now. Now, YouTube does have this set up where it has to be a yes or no. So, no means 9. So, yes is 80s. No means 90. 90s. So the question is, was the 80s the best decade? If you put no, that means 90s. If you put other, that means not 80s or 90s. And then, of course, too triggered to answer is always a possibility here in MindShock polls. So let's see what's going on here. So far, oh, it was even, but now the 80s is in the lead with a tie between 90s, other decade, and too triggered to answer. All right, so yeah, we have 80s has the most votes so far, 50%. 90s 17%, other decade 17%, too triggered to answer 17%. Okay, and we will do another poll at the end to see if our discussion has changed any minds. All right, so let's have it. Everyone in the chat, actually, I'll go through the community, well, we went over in the community tab first, then we'll dissect that, and then everybody can chime in. So there were some interesting thoughts here. Some of them I had not I hadn't seen arguments quite like this made before regarding the decades. A little bit of lag in the stream, just trying to keep it as snappy as possible. Which YouTube makes very, very difficult. But we do the best we can here. Oh, wow. Okay, so... Man. This lag is tough. Should I not have done that NASA Occult Patches podcast? Okay. Yeah, I mean this is quite difficult just to get So it won't let me put it on the screen, but I'll just read through it. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. So in the original poll I had in the YouTube community tab, it was pretty close. 43%. So there was 450 votes. 43% voted 80s, 40% voted 90s. So it's really neck and neck. 12% other decade. Allison said, for me personally, the best decade was the 80s. Great music, etc. My band turned up in 85. They're called Aha, and they come from Norway. They had the groundbreaking video for the first single, Take On Me, and I have been a fan of theirs for the past 40 years. They are a great band. Jenna said, I was stuck in the 80s up until about 5 years ago. Now the 90s were pretty rad looking back. They're both the best to me, so I get it. Because my original post was that I go back and forth between which was the better decade. I don't think it's that easy to determine. I don't think it's that easy. Joyce in the chat here saying, that podcast was the beginning of YouTube putting you on their radar for sure. Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, there might have been like one glitch a year before that podcast. And then since, it's pretty much multiple glitches almost every day. every live. Yeah, it's crazy. Maybe it's coincidental though. I mean, maybe maybe it's all coincidental. I'm sure that Isaac Cappy stream didn't help. Okay, so yeah, let's continue going through this here. Sherryland said, I'm really enjoying this crap show the lizards have going. The reptilian interdimensional shapeshifters, is that who Cheryl's referring to? Again, if you haven't checked out the reptilian podcast here on MindShock, David Icke and all, check that out. The most comprehensive deep dive into the interdimensional reptilian shapeshifters running the Illuminati and the New World Order here on MindShock. Dylan says, the 90s, but being born in 92, I guess I'm biased. Wish I had been older to enjoy it more. Sam Smith said, 60s were definitely the best. I'd tell you about it, but it's true what they say, quote, if you can remember the 60s, you weren't there. You know, it's funny. I actually had a conversation. I had a conversation with an older gentleman. And I don't know if we were specifically talking decades, but I think we were. This was quite a few years ago, maybe around 2010. And like I said, he's a bit older, so he lived through the 60s. I don't know if maybe he was a teenager in the 60s, maybe late teens, early 20s, somewhere around there in the 60s. And he said basically he can't remember a lot of it, but what younger people think of as the 80s and 90s as free compared to now, the 60s and the 60s were what the late 70s and early 80s people referred to as free. Now, if you think about it, and you think about population density, it kind of makes sense, because in the 60s, when there wasn't this over-commercialization that technically started in the 70s. I mean, maybe late 60s, but probably mid to late 70s. So in the 60s, I mean, you could literally go drag race cars and the cops, I mean, there wasn't even enough cops to bother you in most places. I mean, you could find, even next to major cities, if you go a little bit outside of the city in the 60s, you could find like long stretches of roads, like kids could drag race. I mean, kids could do fight clubs. There's so many things that kids could, not that they don't do that now, but it was so much easier. Like just the level of freedom. And that was kind of interesting that he said that. And not just drug use, because there weren't all these anti-drug police squads and all this. Not that I endorse or promote drug use of any kind, alcohol or otherwise. But just in the matter of freedom and doing whatever you want, the 60s seem to be more free than the 80s or 90s. Now, obviously, freedom is not the only metric we're talking about here. Because obviously the 60s didn't quite have the technology. But on the other hand, do you really need that much tech to have fun? There was a meme. Oh, I wonder if I could find it now. It's so pertinent here. I don't save all good memes, but maybe I should. Yeah, I can't find it, but it was a meme of some kid really happy. I don't know if it was a kid in Africa or somewhere, really happy playing with like a rock in the dirt outdoors in rags, dressed in rags. And then there was a crying little girl in her like large pink bedroom with Barbie dream house or whatever, but she didn't get the latest Barbie toy or the latest Barbie car, and she's just crying and screaming about it, so upset. Interesting meme. Very interesting meme. Flatless in the house here, and the one and only Scotty Steiner. Freakzilla himself. Run Boston Bear said, 1980 here, I played outside all day long before pagers showed up. Pagers. Amazing. I'm going to play some music. I think I'm going to have to play music videos and clips here, so we're going to get copyright issues all over the board, but I think I might have to for this stream. We'll see, but there's a couple things I might want to play. I mean, this is actually one of my votes for one of the most 90s music videos. Do you guys want me to play it? We might get shut down. Maybe I'll wait a little longer before we play it so we can actually go over most of the stuff just in case we get shut down for copyright. Even though this is all fair use all the time. So yeah, in terms of pure freedom, yeah, the 80s definitely look free to those in the 90s, and the 90s look pretty free to people today. But what about the 60s? The 60s and early 70s, I mean, the amount of freedom people had, that's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. So he had a point. This older gentleman did have a point about freedom across the board. And also just on a subconscious level, when you're going on a road trip or something, there's no cell phones in the 60s, at least, unless you're on a military base using, their military tech. There are no cell phones. You go on a road trip, you hop on a motorcycle on a cross-country road trip. Even payphones, there's not that many payphones back then. When was the first payphone? Oh, wow. It was 1889, Hartford, Connecticut, at a bank. The first public coin-operated phone. You know what else is interesting? As of February 18th, 2024, there are 100,000 payphone booths left in the U.S. I thought there'd be a lot less than that, actually. I really thought there'd be less left. I mean, every now and then in some, random, photos pop up in these small towns where they still have payphones, outdoor payphones. I thought it would be less than that. There's 100,000 left in the United States. And that's kind of a lot. So in 1957, drive-up payphones were tested in Mobile, Alabama, and Chicago. 1905 was the first outdoor coin payphone in Cincinnati, of all places. Wow, I did not know that. I would not have randomly guessed Cincinnati would have had the first. I would have guessed, like, New York, maybe. So the first cell phone call was made in 1973. It's actually kind of a hilarious story. I'm not going to go too deep into it. But Martin Cooper, senior engineer at Motorola, the first cell phone call ever was him calling a rival telecommunications company. I mean, that's kind of hilarious. The first non-military cell phone call, the first consumer cell phone call was a call from an engineer. This is funny. This is just funny. A Motorola engineer calling a rival. It doesn't say which one, but let me see if I can nail that down. It just says one of the men he'd been competing with to develop the device. So that's all it's... Oh, okay. An engineer said on phone two... So it was actually to Joel Engel, head of AT&T owned Bell Labs. So he called Bell... A Motorola engineer called Bell Labs, quote, "I'm calling you on a cell phone. But a real cell phone, a personal handheld portable cell phone." That's just hilarious. Wow, this is creepy. This is so creepy. So Martin Cooper made this call 1973 while standing on 6th Avenue. Now, someone interviewed him in for this article in 2023. And Cooper said, I was not surprised that everybody has a cell phone." Cooper, now 94 years old in 2023, told CNN, "We used to tell the story then that someday when you're born, you would be assigned a phone number. If you didn't answer the phone, you would die." That's kind of creepy. I mean, that's pretty creepy. But anyway, so yeah, just the level of freedom involved in being able to just hit the road. Nobody can get in contact with you. You can't get in contact with anybody. I mean, that's just a level of freedom that's been lost. Run Boston Bear says, "Dave Weiss invited me to co-host his upcoming space on Friday. What an honor. Come grab a mic." So yeah, freedom-wise, I mean, the 60s has to have the edge on the 70s, which has the edge on the 80s, which has the edge on the 90s. And then the 90s pretty much blows everything after that comes after out of the water. But going back to the comments here. Heracles says the 80s were definitely better, but I came of age in the 90s, so they were better for me. Spittertron with an interesting comment here. "It's a nuanced issue, but historically the 80s were better. Pop culture and thereby society was more homogenous. In the 90s was really when society started to atomize. People were pushed into niche tastes for music and television. The console wars were turned up to fracture cohesion in schools." I remember that. And politics became... Well, that was... Yeah, I mean, I guess the 90s, because... Yeah. I mean, 80s was all about the Atari, I guess. And politics became team sports following Bill Clinton. These things were the foundation that led to the vitriol of post-1999 internet culture. The 90s were also the beginning of the downfall of the West due to mass migration from Eastern Europe and Africa, along with the runaway inflation and back-to-back recessions, 91, 92 consumer goods manufacturing export, the 93 to 95 auto manufacturing export, and the 98 to 2000 dot-com burst. 90s raves were also when youth drug use was truly cemented as an accepted part of adolescence. Yeah, that was really sad. I mean, raves were so... If you were around in the 90s, raves were so huge in the 90s, all over the world. You know what I haven't really seen discussed extensively, at least not on non-specific rave discussions, is Goa. And Goa is still kind of like a party capital, but not like it once was. I mean, it was kind of a whole thing. Some people actually think. So, who remembers the movie The Beach? So, The Beach, it was released in 2000, but it was based on the book, which was released in 1996. And that was, of course, set in Thailand. You know what's kind of crazy, though? Like, everything gets ruined when it goes mainstream, doesn't it? There was also another great movie with Claire Danes and I can't believe I'm forgetting her name. The actress from the Underworld, Kate Beckinsale, the actress from the Underworld series. It's actually a pretty solid sci-fi horror series, and it's actually, it really captures the vibe. That movie was, totally forgot the name of that movie. Broke Down Palace. But the whole reason they went to Thailand, I mean, Thailand, I guess, is still popular now, but it's, back then, it's kind of difficult to explain for people that were born post 2000. It's just difficult to explain the state of the world. The easiest way I can kind of say it is there wasn't this jaded smokescreen over everything. Because of the internet and social media and phones, people sharing everything, Instagram, it's like it made everything less mysterious and exciting. Is that a fair way to put it? For the people born pre-2000, like myself, is that a fair way to put it? That just this oversaturation of literally everything. Because when you haven't seen Thailand in a million movies and on social media every 2 seconds, there's something mysterious and alluring about Thailand or any place. Like, you don't have that level of mystery anymore. Like, yeah, if you're a kid and you've never been there, yeah, it might be cool to go, but you've already seen it a million times in the media. So it's not quite the same thing as seeing 1 or 2 photos in a magazine at the grocery store or something like that. Or you saw 1 movie about it. It's just a different, I would call it a jaded smokescreen. That's the best way I can kind of describe it. So it just, nothing has the same excitement level as it did pre-social media. And even pre-widespread internet. Because back in the late 80s, like on BBS boards, I actually don't, the people weren't sharing images. I mean, I think you could. But again, it was a bandwidth issue in the 80s. There were bandwidth issues for the internet. Even in the very early 90s, people weren't posting like photos every 2 seconds just because it's a bandwidth issue. You'd be photos here and there, and almost no videos. Videos was kind of more of a mid-90s thing. But Goa in India was kind of like a big party capital, and it was big with raves, a lot of underground raves. Now, again, post social media, like, what is underground now? There's literally nothing underground now. It's like almost like everything went mainstream to a certain extent, and that ruined everything. Because in the 60s and 70s, there was a certain like hippie level vibe to like not. So for the people that wanted to escape the 9 to 5 rat race, which, you know, I mean, even in 1950s, I mean, most people had jobs. I mean, what was the unemployment rate in the U.S. in the 1950s? Oh, wow, it's actually a little higher than I thought. It was 3.1% in 1951, 2.7% in 1952. I thought it was actually lower. The economy grew 37% during the 1950s. That's crazy. But anyway, so the people that wanted to escape the rat race and just, they saw through the problems in society, they went to these places like Goa in India, where there were all these raves. I mean, all throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, but it got pretty big in the 90s. And then, like everything, it kind of got ruined. I mean, it's still going on, but, or in more modern times, I guess Ibiza would be the better example. Like I don't know what the turnaround year was. Pre 2000, Ibiza was kind of big. Now it's all like commercialized and expensive. But or like college age kids doing a gap year, or in between high school and college they would go, or after graduating college and before starting a job they would go to Goa or Thailand, like in the 80s and 90s, late 80s and then all through the 90s, for, to party and rave on, or even just in whatever cities they were at. Raves were huge. I mean, let's look at a couple of videos. You know, it's a crazy conspiracy. Trance music, putting you in a trance. Like in a lot of these places, Goa, Thailand, whatever, people went there, like even college kids that, doing a gap year or whatever, they went there and then they never left. I mean, that was a lot of the culture back then. I mean, you don't really see that happening now too much. And part of the reason, I think, is just the instant connectivity at all times. Like in the 80s, early 90s, where most people didn't have cell phones, like your parents couldn't expect you to be in touch every 2 seconds. There are also surprisingly not a ton of videos from uh, from these time periods, or they're just really low quality. I mean, some of these videos are really interesting because not that people don't party and dance now and all that stuff, but the vibe was just completely different because, again, people were just, they were present, I guess is a good way of putting it. They were in the present moment. And also, it seems like people were just generally a lot happier back then. I'm gonna put it on the screen in a second. Yeah, the quality of a lot of these videos is just really bad, so. I mean, I guess the easiest way to describe this is just, I mean, yeah, you can find, I mean, if you look at modern footages, most of the people on their cell phones or people on their cell phones recording whatever band or DJs on the stage. I guess it's just a certain amount of a carefree vibe. You know, there's no 5G towers at this time. People aren't glued to their cell phones 24/7, so they're communicating with other people. There's just there's just a social level that's completely unlike anything today. People just seem a lot happier. Easiest way to say it. But yeah, obviously in the 90s it did lead to a lot of drug use. But it's kind of hard to say. Is anybody disputing that people had more fun in the 80s and 90s than today? I mean, you did have the early 2000 years, which really weren't that bad. A lot of people say the world went to complete crap after 9/11. Not really. I mean, the rest of 2001, then you had 2002, wasn't horrible. I would say the turning point was probably closer to Instagram, somewhere around 2010, 2011, 2012. I think that's the turning point. Maybe 2012 was an accurate line of demarcation. I mean, there was definitely a slow shift towards that. It was noticeable. You know, 2008, 2009, like that was all noticeable decline. But 2003, I mean, I don't think that was that bad of a year. 2002, rest of 2001, you know, I mean, obviously it was quite somber on 9/11 and the days after, but people still had fun and lived their lives. Fox Undercover did some kind of video on, this was around 1990. I'm going to put it on the screen in a second, but first, we're going to look at some videos of Los Angeles raves here. Old school raves. But I suppose an accurate way of putting it is that everything just got more jaded and less exciting as the years went on. Because the people that lived through the 60s and 70s, I mean, I don't think they're saying that the 80s weren't fun. I mean, they've never claimed the 80s were not fun. They might have preferred the 60s and 70s, but I don't think they had a problem with the 80s. Oh, Wendy in the chat remembers the movie The Beach. Yeah, I mean, because back then it was a lot more exciting to travel. I mean, I traveled some in the 90s, and it was a lot more exciting because you hadn't seen everything a billion times on Instagram already. Like, it was still fresh and exciting. This this is LA. I mean, everybody just seems a lot happier. Is it just me, or are these human beings just looking like they're actually living life? That's a great point, Heracles. 90% of them are in good shape. Yeah, there's not too many obese people back in the 80s and 90s. Maybe going into the late 90s. You know, after a decade or two of eating McDonald's. But yeah, not too many obese people here. Not too many completely tatted up people either. Not that there's anything wrong with tattoos, but it does look a little weird when absolutely everybody's tatted up completely. I'm gonna play a clip on the subject of tattoos. I'm gonna play a clip here that sums this up perfectly. I don't know the exact year. This might have been season 1. So this is 2003, 2004-ish. This is the 90s rave. Yeah, everybody seems happy. Even the crazy hair doesn't seem like an unhinged, woke lefty goof. Like, she still seems like a genuine human being that doesn't have hate in her heart and hasn't been brainwashed by the idiot box, in my opinion. Again, I don't know her, maybe she is, but it just seems like the hair was, actually, this is some kind of character. I don't remember from what movie. I think that's some kind of character. But anyway, they're doing it just for fun, not because of some kind of woke ideology. Like, they're doing it for genuine fun. Everybody has, like, healthier looking skin, too, right? Do you guys remember the conspiracy theory that the sun that's post-2012, it turned white instead of yellow? And back in the 80s, like, 2010 and prior, the sun had cast a yellow light. Now it's a lot less yellow and more white. You guys remember that conspiracy theory? That was doing the rounds for a little bit. But, I mean, it seems like it's kind of hard to dismiss that one, too, just going into your memory. Because I didn't know what to make of that. And then when you see all these older people that were around back in the 50s, they were saying the sun was always yellow. That's why little kids drew the sun yellow on all the crayon drawings and everything. Until, I don't think they had an exact year, but they said definitely through the 90s it was yellow. Now is not the same glow of the sun that was pre-2000. I don't know if they gave a year. Some of these people are like in their 70s and 80s and 90s, so I don't know if they can remember the exact year of difference, but they clearly state, all of them that I've seen interviewed, and I asked a few too, they all clearly state there's a distinct difference between the color of the sun pre-2000 and post. It was almost warmer, right? Like warmer and like happier, like everything. Just kind of weird. But let's look at this house clip just regarding tattoos and the ideology behind tattoos. It's really funny. Fair use. Fair use. Whole lot of fair use going on here. We are drowning in fair use.
You know, I really admire the way you don't care what anyone thinks. You just do what you want, the way you want.
So you went to Hopkins for both undergrad and med school?
That's right.
He's in a band.
You into music?
Totally. What kind of music do you play?
Mostly blues, you know. James Cotton, some original stuff.
Oh, dude, you are so hired.
Really?
Not a chance.
Why?
Tattoo.
Wow. Thought you'd be the last person to have a problem with nonconformity.
Nonconformity, right. I can't remember the last time I saw a 20-something kid with a tattoo of an Asian letter on his wrist. You are one wicked free thinker. You want to be a rebel? Stop being cool. Wear a pocket protector like he does and get a haircut. Like the Asian kids who don't leave the library for 20-hour stretches. They're the ones who don't care what you think. Sayonara.
For people who don't watch House, I mean, that was funny. That was one of the first times I think I've heard someone break down the whole tattoo thing. Because once upon a time, tattoos were unique, rare, and edgy. That time is long past. Long past. I mean, basically not having the tattoos is the new tattoos. Alright, let's look at this clip from this Fox special on raves, underground raves. Some cool footage here, too.
The rave.
Fair use.
They call it the New Moon Gathering. It's happening far out in the
I mean,
desert.
everything kind of becomes commercialized. Just look what happened to Burning Man. Like, everything becomes commercialized to the point. I mean, we're not going to get into the Illuminati aspect of, the Illuminati occult aspect of Burning Man, but it became commercialized. Like, back in the day, nobody even knew where these raves were. These were like secret invites only. You gotta know somebody that knows somebody. I'm not saying this was a good idea or that the drug use wasn't rampant. I'm just saying these are people that seem to actually be happy and alive and living in the moment, whereas now you have all these zombified individuals due to all of these injections, cell phones, TikTok attention spans, destroying people's brains, you know, just the ongoing poison of the food, air, water. Not that that wasn't around in previous decades, but everything accumulates. I mean, even here, look, there's really not that many obese people around.
Woodstock.
Remember those old 90s
psychedelic hairdos,
effects, like in camcorder effects? That guy kind of looks like Brian Austin Green from 90210. Is that like the pastel in camcorder effect? I think I played this clip, this other clip of high school throughout the years. Did I play this clip? Let me see if I still have it. I think I played it on one of the other lives. I think I played it. Or did I not play it and that was just, I just posted it in the community tab. Let me double check. Maybe that was it. Oh yeah, maybe I didn't, I just posted it, we didn't go, yeah, we might have not gone over it. Okay, so I'll play it now. It's actually a pretty cool video, because it's 1970 to 2020. Do you guys want to listen to it with the music and increase our chances of getting shut down? Or are you okay listening without the music? I think we need the music, we'll do the music. Fair use. I don't think for some reason, like, fair use, they don't seem to like fair use on super popular music. But I believe these songs were chosen to represent the years, so they're kind of relevant. So let's watch this, and then we can reflect. Oh, that kid was so mean, knocking her books out like that. And her friend laughing at her. See, I have another theory. I haven't quite phrased it like this before. But all the people in the chat, let me know what you think about this. Not only were people happier back then, but would this be a fair way to phrase it? They were real, genuine people. Because now, with just the oversaturation of all media, whether it's movies, TV shows, Instagram all the time, the youth is basically psyoped with all these different personalities. They don't even know who they are. I mean, look at the mental health crisis over the past few decades. Now, there's obviously other reasons for it. But is one of the reasons the oversaturation of media where they're seeing literally hundreds, if not thousands, of other human characters acting in specific ways where they don't get to develop their own personality? Again, not that you don't see real, genuine joy these days. You do. It just seems to be such a fraction of what it once was. Such a fraction of what was once the status quo. Now, a lot of that I think also has to do with not just physical fitness. Not that you have to be fit, but there's a difference between being obese and non-athletic. And, like, let's say none of these individuals on screen here are athletes, and maybe they don't even work out, but their general physical health seems to be a lot better than the average teenager today, both mental and physical. Another observation that could have a lot to do with this is that also people spent a lot more time outdoors until, I don't know, I guess the early 2000s. Like, once computers and the internet really took off, it seems like a lot of, and video games got even more popular, a lot of people spent more and more time indoors. So obviously lack of vitamin D leads to depression and all these mental and physical health issues. So that could be a factor as well. And you can see here, going into the late 90s, computer radiation, etc., the vibe already, you can already start noticing the vibe getting more lethargic, the pure joy subsiding. The vibe is considerably different here once you have computer labs in schools. What does everybody think of the shift? Like, it seems like right before our eyes, we saw, like, the carefree, fun nature of life, especially in high school. We saw it, like, the 70s looked like they were a little bit more uptight, a little bit. And then the 80s were just all fun and awesomeness, and the early 90s. And then getting into the late 90s and the 2000s, it seems like it's more angsty, a little bit more lethargic, a little bit more suppressed. Call me crazy, but is it just me, or can we noticeably see less pep in the step by the time we get to 2006? Is that just me? I mean, let's go through it here. Like, look at the way they're walking here. A little bit more lethargic, a lot more heavier. You start seeing more and more heavier students. I mean, look at the swagger. I mean, look at this swagger in the, like, I mean, look at the swagger here compared to, where were we, compared to this little march here. I mean, look at that. The pep in the step is all gone. I mean, just look at this amazing swagger. I mean, people are just like walking with a purpose, walking with energy, walking with excitement. I mean, it's just like their cells are like bustling with energy. And then compare that to like the marches here. I mean, yeah, obviously this isn't a large enough sample size. It's definitely not a large enough sample size. I'm not saying it's large enough. But look at even their facial expressions. I mean, it's just like the zombification is in full swing by '06. And again, computer labs started in schools in the late 90s. Now, again, you start seeing more heavyset people, but look at like the lack of masculinity in this individual. Now, he has a goatee, but everything from the posture, I mean, it looks like the soy levels in males really started to rise around this time as well. Again, call me crazy, but even these happy girls right here, is it just me, or do they seem... I'm not saying they're taking any kind of antidepressants or anything, although we don't know, but doesn't it seem like they're just suppressed and lethargic, even though they're happy? even though their mood is good. Compare that with the sheer joy emanating from some of these kids in previous decades. Like, there's just a distinct difference in people being smiling and happy, just standing around being smiling and happy in the pre-2000s, and then now look at them. Like, even though they're relatively happy here, they're relatively happy, but it seems like they're like zombified and lethargic compared to the previous decades. Now we're getting a bit of a bigger sample size. Look at this zombie march compared to the pep in the step here. I mean, just look at the way like these students just move around in previous decades, just walking down the hall even. I mean, just look at the pep in the step. I mean, that was so mean. That kid is such a... But anyway, just the pep in the step. The pep in the step. I mean, it's a completely different universe of people just simply walking back then versus post 2000. Like, look at this walk here. Just look at this walk. I mean, it's like a bunch of zombies. And this is only 2009. We're not even post-COVID. Just look at how miserable everybody looks. I mean, nobody ever liked school in general, for the most part, other than the nerds, but... I mean, look how miserable everybody looks. And this is only 09. And even when the kids are happy and in a good mood, it's almost like a zombified good mood. Because again, look at just the sheer energy and joy just bouncing off of these people. I mean, just look at it's the vibrancy. I mean, it's crazy. Again, I guess another word you could use is vibrancy. I mean, just the sheer joy is it's crazy how it's just vibrating through them so obviously. Like, it's a completely different dimension of joy than even the kids that happen to be smiling and having a good time. It just seems so suppressed. Even when they're happy, it's like a suppressed happiness. I mean, I guess a lot of it is the fluoride stare as well, the fluoride eyes. Like, you could still kind of laugh and have a good time with fluoride eyes, but yeah, I mean, the fluoride levels, the chemical injection levels all grow exponentially. And for the goofs that hallucinate, I'm probably going to get banned for putting this image up. This is straight from the CDC. I'm going to put it up. Because it might be relevant here. Again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue. I'm saying it might be relevant. I don't know if it is or isn't relevant. But these are the vaccination rates in 1985. This is of all humans. So this is mostly adults. So only approximately half even have polio as late as 1985. For all the brain dead goofs that are saying, I mean, it's straight from cdc.gov here. For the clueless goofs hallucinating that the polio injection got rid of all of this, only approximately half of people were even injected as of 1985, and 0% for all these other injections. So perhaps that has just a little tiny bit to do with what we're seeing on the screen here. Or perhaps not. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. Yeah, there's something in the soy levels because it just seems like all of them are just so lethargic. Lethargic and suppressed. So even when they're happy and laughing, I mean, it looks nothing like the pure joy emanating here. I mean, it's so crazy, isn't it? I mean, look at the pep in the step. I mean, just look at how these people are walking. And look, the girl didn't even get that upset about that scumbag that knocked her over. She didn't start crying. I mean, just look at the sheer joy here. Like, people are actually moving in a non-lethargic fashion. I mean, look at this. They're moving, they have a pep in their step. That's a way to put it. And then just look at the zombification. Just the absolute zombification, fluoridation, injectification, or whatever happened here. I mean, this group right here perfectly illustrates the plummeting testosterone levels, doesn't it? I'm going to put something up on the screen here, which is kind of crazy. I mean, this is really crazy. It looks like most of the plummet actually happened recently. I mean, it just nosedove off a cliff here. I mean, look at the testosterone level here. 99 to 2000. I mean, I'll get the bigger one, but look at this plummet. Look at this nosedive. You know what's kind of crazy? This perfectly matches what I just opened up this podcast with, doesn't it? Because I said 2002, 2003 was still okay. 2011, 2012, the rise of Instagram. Look at this plummet. I mean, this went off a cliff. This went off a cliff. I mean, it's kind of almost shocking that there was any kind of recovery here. I mean, that's kind of weird. But look at this plummet. Look at this cliff plummet. I mean, this is rise of MySpace and YouTube as well. Or was it Facebook, rather? Facebook came out in 04. Yeah, it's Facebook. MySpace came out in 03. Wow. I actually thought it was earlier. Huh. Supposedly MySpace only launched in 2003. Okay. So MySpace and Facebook come out. Look at this plummet. I mean, what else happened in 0304? I mean, look at this sheer plummet. And this group right here is a perfect representation of that. I mean, look at this. There's no masculinity to be found in this group of high schoolers in, what is this, 2010, 2011? I mean, just look at this plummet, this sheer plummet. I mean, can we simplify this and really say that the end of the decline in civilization is solely because of the precipitous drop in testosterone levels? Okay, so I have a larger chart here. YouTube, of course, lagging like crazy now. Maybe we touched. Maybe this is the. Well, maybe we're onto something here. YouTube just started lagging like crazy. Let's see if I can get this image on the screen. I mean, looking at worldwide stats too, it looks like there was mass decline across the whole world in 2000. But this is United States only. So it's kind of interesting. It's it's almost like a stock chart. There's some recovery here. This is data compiled from hundreds of different studies, so not a single study. So you have from 1960, it drops a little for the 70s, recovers into the 80s, and so a major drop from, looks like 85. Somewhere around 82, 83, 85. It drops to 1990, continues dropping to 96, 97, slight recovery to 2000. I mean, this is quite interesting, isn't it? I mean, this is quite interesting. Wendy Howard says the schooling system was set up to fail most of us. Jeff Hunt says 2008 was Obamacare. Oh, wow. Okay. Very interestingly titled. I don't know why I found that so funny, but wow. So, wow. Okay, so are you saying Obama didn't just tank the economy as it's never been tanked before, but he also tanked testosterone? I mean, this man holds, well, I shouldn't say man, should I? I don't know how he identifies as. But, I mean, this individual really has a lot of records, doesn't he? I mean, this individual was able to rack up more debt than all 43 presidents combined. I mean, that's impressive. That's impressive. I mean, this is an impressive individual. I mean, who else got the Nobel Peace Prize and dropped a bomb every 20 minutes for 8 years with a record number of wars? Just record initiation of wars. I mean, this genocidal war criminal, I mean, he's ahead of everybody. I mean, look at this impressive record here. I mean, this is incredible. This is incredible. Oh, yeah. Also, oh, yeah, we have... man, this guy deserves a lot of credit for a lot of things. I forgot about that. Yeah, let's look at this here. So in 2012, Obama modernized the Smith-Mundt Act of 1948, legalizing domestic propaganda. And coincidentally, there's a huge spike in school shootings and mass shootings. I mean, how many records does this guy have? What an impressive presidency. I mean, if you're trying to destroy the entire country, I mean, this guy's made more progress to destruction than I think anybody else. I mean, who else can claim this much economic deficit, this much health deficit, this many bombs dropped on children? I mean, who else can claim these kinds of records here? I mean, who else can get a peace prize and then bomb children in this many countries simultaneously? I mean, this is impressive stuff. He's killing children abroad. He's legalizing or modernizing Smith-Mundt Act of 48, having all these children killed in mass shootings and school shootings here. I mean, is there anything this guy can't do to destroy? I mean, this guy's like a master of destruction. Has any other president had this many scandals? I mean, this is impressive stuff here. I mean, to be this, I mean, I don't think it's, people say he's incompetent. I mean, it's like getting every single answer wrong on a test. It has to be intentional, right? I mean, again, I don't know. I'm just saying, is it possible? Does it seem more likely to be intentional? Or is he simply just the most incompetent individual? Is his mental disability that severe? Wow, Wendy Howard said, he did say he was fundamentally going to change the country. Wow. He lived up to that, didn't he? Fundamental change. Joyce B says his citizenship is questionable as well. Yes, we went over all that. I actually did a whole podcast on where Obama was born. And there's actually, I need to do a follow-up episode on that, because apparently it does matter. At the time, because his mother wasn't 18 for a long enough period of time, he actually would not have had U.S. citizenship even though he was born to a U.S. citizen. That was a caveat of naturalization law. I actually didn't go over that, Joyce B., in the podcast. I need to do a part 2. I only started looking through the documentation a little deeper after the fact, because I was kind of thinking, if the original Illuminati plan was not for him to be president, why would they hide that he was born in Kenya? That's why it was publicized everywhere. Then apparently there was some kind of change, and then they did, I think it was Clinton actually changed that naturalization law to where it doesn't matter how old the United States citizen is, their child born overseas will still be a U.S. citizen. But at the time Obama was born, if the mother on his official birth on whatever, I don't know if his birth certificate is official, but who is officially known as his mother, with all that family's CIA connections, she would have had to have been older than she was in order to convey citizenship to someone born overseas. Okay, so let's get off of this scumbag. Oh, the only reason we got on it is because who mentioned Obamacare? So you have this huge drop for Obamacare. But to be fair, there's another huge drop in the 80s. I wonder if that was simply all of the additives in the rise of fast food and the popularization of breakfast cereals and all of this fast food and processed foods. Because in the 70s, they were still around, but in the 80s, they got a lot more popular, and definitely in the 90s. That probably has something to do with it. Let's finish this video. I mean, look at this, the lack of masculinity here. I mean, look at the men here in some of these older clips here. Actually, they don't even look that masculine either, but I mean, it also depends on the age. I mean, obviously, 15-year-old usually. Yeah, I mean, they're not really, yeah, that's definitely not masculine either. Yeah, I mean, we don't really have great examples here. Not in these videos. I mean, there's plenty of other videos. Yeah, I mean, actually, I don't know. Hard to get a big enough sample size here. I mean, just quite a plummet in testosterone levels anyway, whether they're apparent or not. I mean, it's just kind of tough because the other thing nobody really talks about is the genetic damage. So by 2019 here, even by the 2000s, the parents of these children have had X amount of injections. They've been exposed to a lot more chemicals, air, food, water, than their parents and their grandparents. So the amount of genetic damage present here in the DNA of high schoolers post-2000 is considerably more than pre. So it's not just the exposure of these humans, but their parents and what is coded, what the genetic damage that's accumulated and then passed on to the next generation. But yeah, I mean, it's just sad watching the video because just look at how happy everybody used to be. Just like happiness and pure joy seem to be the standard. Like for everybody, like the people in the background, just the way they walk with the pep in the step that just has completely disappeared, going into the 2000s there. I mean, just completely gone. Jeff Hunt says, different world, yeah. Completely different. I mean, many different worlds. Many different worlds. I mean, now there's kids flipping water bottles and riding scooters, where back in the day, before all of the mass shootings, back in the day, I mean, this is what you had. You had rifle clubs at school. You had kids having rifles and shotguns in their cars when they were in the parking lot. These guys don't look that soy infused, do they? I mean, other than the kid in the bottom right and the kid on the top right who looks like Sheldon from Big Bang Theory, other than the two guys on the right, the top and bottom row, the rest of them look fairly masculine. I think it's the bow tie. Is that a bow tie on the guy in the bottom right? Not a good look. And the guy on the top right, that just looks like Sheldon from the Big Bang Theory. Definitely not masculine. But I mean, this is how the world used to be. And then now we have what we have now. Quite sad. Quite sad indeed. There's one more video that's really cool. I don't think I could find it last time. Yeah, man, I should have saved it. How did I not save it? Oh, now I really want to find it. It was such a great video. I don't know, everything from the sun being yellow to everybody being more joyous and less lethargic, more physically and mentally healthy. I mean, it's all of these factors. And by that logic, we might have to crown the 80s the superior decade. I mean, it's tough though. It's really tough. Matari Sensei says, isn't the 80s when those feminine rock stars started gaining popularity? Yeah, I mean, a lot of psyops started in the 80s. I mean, there were psyops in the 70s as well. Yeah, I mean, psyops definitely started gaining ground in the 80s. Everything started being psyop, but because there wasn't social media, it didn't have the speed that it does now, like the snowball effect that it has now. Jeff Hunt says, those boys probably still have them rifles. I mean, I don't know what year this is here. Could be 60s, 70s, maybe even early 80s. I can't tell because it's black and white, but... I mean, those are some really old school rifles. I mean, I guess it's possible this is the 50s. I mean, dressed like that, I don't think it's the 80s, and I don't think it's even the late 70s. I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends on where it is. Yeah, MTV. Wow. Yeah, MTV rotted a lot of minds. You know, it's kind of crazy looking back at it now. Oh, you know what? You know what's another possibility for the beginning of the end? Yeah, let me put it on the screen. Here's another possibility for the beginning of the end. Man, YouTube is just so laggy. It's crazy. Ugh. I mean, it's just so annoying. Just give me a second. If anybody in the chat can guess what I'm about to put on the screen, bonus points. Let's see if anybody guessed what I'm about to put on the screen. This might have been the beginning of the end. Alright, hold on. Let me see if anybody guessed it. MT40 Springer. No, not Springer. Jeff Hunt says breakdancing popped up in the middle of the makeup hairspray day. Hey, don't you hate on breakdancing. Breakdancing is awesome. Unless you're talking about the recent breakdancing in the Olympics. Was this the beginning of the end? Right here. Did this nosedive what was once peak human civilization? Original release May 21st, 1992 on MTV. Because there's a certain normalization of degeneracy that happens in reality television that's a little bit different than non-reality television. Because the normalization of degeneracy and promiscuity, you could argue that also caused a precipitous decline in what was once peak human civilization. You know what's kind of crazy though? Like, all of this could have been used for good instead, right? Because if you had so-called based individuals with strong morals, they could have literally inspired, developing strong character instead of just the constant promotion of degeneracy. Jeff Hunt says, this realm could be so cool without all the Vipers. Yeah, I mean, it really could be. I mean, can you imagine if Hollywood, there was no Operation Mockingbird, there was no CIA psyops, like, you had genuinely talented, good-hearted human beings promoting positive media? Now, I guess not that you even need it. I mean, I guess without the evil, you don't even need it. I mean, a lot of the tools of the media and technology are used to combat the evil, but if the evil never existed, I guess you wouldn't really need it anyway, but still. Alright, so let's continue our breakdown here. I mean, the more I go over this, like, I was leaning 90s. I'm kind of leaning 80s now. I'm kind of leaning 80s. Like, one of the reasons the 90s seems so awesome is just because of where we are now. But if we were in the middle of the 80s right now, would we rather be in the middle of the 90s? I guess that's the question we need to ask. Actually, let me do a poll of that. So if you answer no, that means you're voting for the 80s being the best decade. It gets a little nuanced because 1990, I guess, 1990 was kind of awesome. I guess we can't hate on 1990, possibly not even 91. All right, vote in the poll. So if we were in the mid 90s, would we like where we were? Or would we rather be in the... So again, having all the knowledge we have now. So we're all teleported from 2024. We're teleported to the 80s. Knowing full well what the 90s were like. Do we want to be in the 90s instead of the 80s? It would also be a kind of crazy question if we got teleported to the 90s, to the mid 90s, would we rather be in the 80s at the moment we're in the mid... I don't know. You know what? Let me throw up one of the most 90s music videos ever. Fair use. Fair use. Fair use. For those who haven't heard this song since release, prepare for a blast to the past. I rediscovered this song maybe, I want to say maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and when I first heard it upon rediscovery, because it just hasn't been that popular the past 20 plus years. It's not like one of these other songs from the 80s and 90s that's always been super popular. It was probably close to 20 years that I hadn't heard it. Maybe a little less. And it was a massive blast from the past, so I hope everybody's sitting down for this, because we're about to be transported back to the early 90s. And I'm putting up the music video, so if you can, watch the screen, because that's a big part of the experience. Okay, so we have 71% voted no, that if we got transported to the 80s, we would want to go to the 90s. Yeah, synth is the best. Sigma LaFleur, I was born in 92, but I love the 80s synthwave vibe, mainly from Miami Vice. Yeah, and I mentioned this before, Miami Vice is one of the only TV shows... Are you talking about Vice City, the GTA game, or the Miami Vice, the TV series? Miami Vice, the TV series, is one of the only series that actually holds up today. Like, I went back and I rewatched, like, pieces of episodes from many different shows. Miami Vice is one of the only shows that actually holds up. So we do have a few people that would rather be in the 90s than the 80s, and can you mention why? We got 29% voted they would rather be in the mid-90s. So if we got teleported to the 80s right now, they would rather be in the 90s. 75% would rather be in the 80s. Jeff Hunt, how dare you? 80s cars sucked, though. How dare you? There weren't as many cool cars as the 90s, but there were still plenty of cool cars. Ferraris and Lambos. Okay, so I hope everybody buckle up. We're taking a stroll through memory lane here in one of the most 90s songs of all time. And if you're like me and you hadn't heard it for one or two, more than a decade, possibly close to 2 decades, it's gonna have an impact.
Dog has changed you up alright. Give you everything you need to live inside a twisted cage. Sleep beside an empty rage. I had a dream I was your hero. Damn, I wish I was your lover. I'd rock you till the daylight comes. Made sure you are smiling and warm. I am everything. Your mother, I'll do such things to ease your pain. Free your mind and you won't feel ashamed. Open up, gonna inside, gonna fill you up, gonna make you cry. This monkey can't stand to see you black and blue. I give you something sweet each time you come inside my jungle book. But is it just too good? Don't say you'll stay, cause then you'll go away. Damn, I wish I was your lover. I'll rock you till the daylight comes. Make sure you are smiling and warm. I am everything. Tonight I'll be your mother. I'll do such things to ease your pain. Free your mind and you won't feel ashamed. Shucks, for me there is no other. You're the only shoe that fits. I can't imagine I'll grow out of it. Damn, I wish I was your lover. Yeah. If I was your girl, believe me, I'd turn on the Rolling Stones. We could move along and feel much better.
I mean, that song was everywhere in the 90s. The mid to late 90s. And there's something just genuine about the video, about the just the way she sings, like with actual passion instead of just to make money like everybody these days. I mentioned this in a thread before too, that Soulja Boy might have been just the downfall, the beginning of the end of music, just the rise of mumble rap and all that nonsense. But yeah, who hasn't heard this song in many decades? And notice how I mean, this is literally probably, I mean, some of the lyrics aside, what is it, like a rated G, PG video, music video? When's the last time you saw one of those? Without all, like, the drugs and the hookers and all that stuff. I mean, 90s did have a lot of grunge, so, I mean, just the grunge fashion, grunge vibe, the rise of grunge. So, I don't know, the more we go over this, the more I'm starting to lean 80s. Although, I get maybe 1990. 1990 might be peak civilization, if we had to pick a single year. Maybe even 91. Sigma LaFleur in the chat says, both decades were awesome indeed, genuine vibes. Alright, let me continue going through the comments here. So Spittertron was the one who's posting about society being more homogenous. Oh, there was one video I wanted to play I still didn't find. Hold on. I gotta get that video. And for everybody who just got here, the mic sounds better. I did an audio adjustment. This was the second option that everybody picked that sounds better. Actually, I have another chart here, which is interesting. The amount of... Okay, actually, I won't say what it is. I'll just put it on the screen. So we have people at the highest levels of happiness the highest levels of happiness did not change despite increase in pay. That's curious, isn't it? So this would put peak or not necessarily peak civilization, but prior to the 50s, it seemed like people the average person might not have had enough money to be happy. But 50 to 60, it seemed that was achieved. 50, 60, 70, and then it stayed achieved. And that's another thing, too. The amount of hours worked increased. People, like the amount of people working at their job. I want to get a chart up for that, but it's actually kind of tough. I don't... The UK, for some reason, is a lot easier to get the UK stats. UK stats are everywhere. We got Japanese stats all over the place. We have U.S. work hours in the previous years. Why are these not... Okay. You got countries with 4-day work weeks. We got the average amount of hours the refrigerator is on per year going back to the 20s. Okay, so the U.S. Huh. U.S. actually has been pretty consistent. Interesting. I don't know. I can't really get hours by wage. For some reason, it's surprisingly difficult. Surprisingly difficult to get only U.S. decade. Okay, I found something. Average working hours. Okay. Let's see if there's some kind of overlap here. Okay. So, 1970. We need to go back beyond the 70s, though. There's a drop in work hours, which is interesting. And then I guess 2008, a lot of people lost their jobs, so a lot less working hours going on there. So we apparently haven't even rebounded to late 90s work hours. Huh. A lot of people never went back to work, so. Oh, I found the video I was looking for. Fantastic. Okay, perfect. Let's look at what the 80s were like. Another great video on what the 80s were like. But what does everybody think of this? That increase in income did not increase happiness. Now, obviously, this, there's the outliers, there's the opposite ends of the spectrum where those in poverty or near poverty are happier with more money. But when you reach a certain amount of money, even more money does not increase your happiness. Especially the other nuanced thing is here, the amount of time and energy it takes to maintain the higher income can also rob you of happiness. So even though you can afford everything you want, you were lacking happiness because you couldn't before. Now you're lacking happiness even though you can afford everything you want, but the amount of time and energy it takes to sustain the new salary robs you of happiness. Jeff Hunt says, 2,000-mile trip in a 66 Lincoln convertible with flip-flops and gas money. Those were the days. Yeah, the other thing, there was a lot more spontaneity back then as well. It's like, oh, let's go on a trip. I mean, how many people do that today? I mean, yes, some people still, but just the average person doesn't really have the fun of the spontaneity. Alright, so let's check out this video on just the vibe of the 80s. If you've been on Twitter, you've probably seen it. It was kind of making the rounds a little while back. Even people getting tickets by the Popo seemed happier.
Don't want to grow old too fast.
Also, back in the days when you could actually sleep in your car without getting hassled. Yeah, completely different world back then. And all the neon colors is kind of awesome too. I don't know the exact year here. It actually looks like it possibly could also be early 90s. It might even be, it's probably between 88 and 92, if I had to guess. Maybe 89. But yeah, okay. That dog definitely seems happy. Jeff Hunt says, to be fair, they weren't selling fentanyl at every gas station. Yeah, but I mean, even looking at all the videos of the high school students, you know, they're not on fentanyl and they're still zombified. I don't think we can blame it all on the fentanyl. In fact, we might be able to say people are doing more drugs because they need to cope with their unhappiness more than people did in the 80s, even though there was a lot of drug use in the 80s. But the reason for the drug use was different in the 80s. It wasn't to cope with their unhappiness. It was to try to get to even more happy. I would say late 90s going into 2000, the reason for the drug use changed. Coley Cole responded to Spittertron with the comment regarding the homogenous society, and then going into post-1999 internet culture with niche society, there's the fracture of everything and everything becoming niched. Coley Cole responded, that was brilliant, never thought of it like that. The 90s to me was a lot of good balancing the bad. The 2000s began a lot of bad overbalancing the good. That's a good way to put it as well. Him Snake says, gangsta rap, rap rock, and new metal ruined the 90s. The 80s just holds up better, and in my opinion was the peak of American culture. What do people think about that statement? It's actually another video I was gonna play here. See if I can find it. I just had it. I just had this other video, which was pretty cool too. This video is titled Summertime in the 80s. Let's check it out. I think also just collectively, when most people are physically and mentally happy, that kind of just vibrates through the entire society. So that might have something to do with it as well. And again, regarding the beach, I mean, these are people out there living their lives instead of a bunch of obese people stuck on their cell phone. Dope Man says, MK Ultra hit me hard. I was addicted to gangster rap in early 2000s, Eminem and Gun It. I don't know who Gun It is. What's Gun It? Never heard of Gun It. Never a fan of Eminem, except for maybe 2 or 3 songs. In my opinion, the Wigger act got old by then. Give me Vanilla Ice any day of the week, baby. Vanilla Ice. Heracles says, the mind-blowing variety of 80s music is unrivaled. Yeah, I mean, not just music. Look at the movies. I mean, you had every genre was kind of in the 80s, you had every genre just phenomenal. I mean, you had comedies, action movies, sci-fi, horror, the horror renaissance. I mean, it's crazy. So here's my response to... This is my response to that comment. Technically, gangsta rap came out in the 80s with Ice-T. Music, however large, is only one component. Most of the real garbage started being churned out post-2000s. Can even argue early 2000s wasn't even that bad. Also, late 80s, early 90s is quite distinct and different from early 80s and late 90s. So it can definitely be difficult to quantify when confining to a single decade. Because, yeah, the year 1990 was not that different from 89 or even 88. But it was a whole... But 89 and even 88 and even 85 is a whole lot different than 1980 or even 81. So, I mean, we have to keep that in mind as well. Sonny said, totally agree. In my opinion, it all ended as soon as that plane hit the World Trade Center. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think the wheels were already in motion before then, and I think there was still some happiness to be had after that. Shark Dog 32 DAWG says 89 was the best year. Definitely a candidate. I'm going 88. Now, it's just so tough. It's so tough. Because I think you probably did have quite a bit more freedom in 1980 and 1981 than you did in 89. Then again, we have this absolute masterpiece in 1989. This absolute masterpiece, when the one and only, the great one, the man, the myth, the legend, one of the greatest human beings who has ever lived, only Steven Seagal can possibly hold a candle to this guy's output on the music level anyway. This incredible individual in the field of entertainment, the most prolific entertainer to possibly ever live in the history of existence. This is, of course, the one and only dramatic pause. Further dramatic pause. Even further dramatic pause. Does anybody in the chat know what's about to come on the screen? Uh-oh, I think somebody might know. Somebody might know in what happened in this glorious year.
One morning in June, some 20 years ago, I was born a rich man's son. I had everything that money could buy, but freedom I had none. I've been looking for freedom. I've been looking so long. I've been looking for freedom. Still the search goes on. I've been looking for freedom.
The one and only David Hasselhoff in 1989, with his literally electrifying jacket, single-handedly bringing down the Berlin Wall and ending the Cold War, ushering in the next era of humanity. The Hoff, the one, the only, David Hasselhoff. Here he is on location, bringing down the Berlin Wall. Does anybody see an army with him? Does anybody see anyone assisting the Hoff as the Hoff single-handedly brings down the Berlin Wall? Shifty Eyes Shady saying, "How did I miss this?" Are you saying you don't follow Hasselhoff's entire career? Music, TV series, movies, radio shows, theatrical performances? Are you saying you don't follow each and every one of the Hoff's careers? How dare you? How dare you? Heracles asked, "Have you ever played the Yuri Bezmenov explanation of the International Communist Plan, Why the Wall Fell?" I think that was his name. Who do you think Yuri answers to, my friend? Clearly the Hoff has the final say. Clearly the one and only Hoff. I mean, the only person that could possibly have nixed this thing is Steven Seagal. But, I mean, as long as Steven Seagal didn't have a problem with the Hoff bringing down the wall by singing Looking for Freedom, then the wall would come down.
Worked on the farm, got some muscle in my arm. Still I'm not a self-made man. I'll be on the run for many years to come. I've been searching door to door and given some time. Someday I'm gonna find the freedom I've been searching for. I've been looking for freedom. I've been looking so long. I've been looking for freedom. And the search goes on. I've been looking for freedom since I left my hometown. I've been looking for freedom, still it can't be found. I've been looking for freedom. I've been looking so long. I've been looking for freedom, still the search goes on. I've been looking for freedom since I left my hometown. I've been looking for freedom, still it can't be found.
I mean, this is how you know everything is rigged. I mean, how this man doesn't have all of these Academy Awards, Grammy Awards. Nobody even credits him with bringing down the wall. I mean, this man single-handedly brought down the Berlin Wall. Nobody gives him credit for it. That's how you know he's the real GOAT. That's how you know. That's how you know, because otherwise the establishment only props up the frauds. When you have real legends like David Hasselhoff not getting credit, that's how you know. That's how you know. I mean, the Hoff was a pioneer in so many areas. I mean, let's look at this other legendary song by the Hoff. And let's look at this video. I mean, this is one of the greatest music videos in the history of reality. I mean, how this didn't absolutely sweep all awards. I mean, there's not a single music. What is Taylor Swift winning some kind of music video awards these days? Nothing that goof does can hold a handle to the greatness, to the absolute greatness that is the Hoff. Immortal. This will be immortalized forever in music. I mean, I don't even know if I could think of a music video more legendary than the one I'm about to put on the screen.
I can't stop this feeling.
I mean, has anybody seen a music video more epic than this? I mean, this was 1997, by the way, so it's a tough call. I mean, the Hoff dominates the 80s. Knight Rider, bringing down the Berlin Wall. And now, then he went on to dominate the 90s, Baywatch, and let's not forget Baywatch Nights, one of the greatest TV series in the history of existence, blending the detective, the PI genre with the supernatural in unprecedented fashion, while simultaneously recording many different albums and simultaneously performing live concerts, touring international sold-out tours while shooting 2 TV series simultaneously and still recording albums. Who can rival the output of David Hasselhoff? I'm not even sure Steven Seagal can rival this kind of output, although to be fair, he's out there mastering all these all these martial arts and all that. But I mean, look at how epic is this music video. You have the Hoff literally flying. Look at those flaps. Look at those arm flaps. Who else can arm flap in a music video with the grace, the epic grace of the Hoff? I mean, we need to replay these flaps.
For another couple wines.
Absolutely.
Got a buzz from you, girl.
These other goofs that make video words. I mean, look at this. The Hoff is flapping in a trench coat while flying in the sky. I mean, this is absolutely unrivaled.
If I can't be sure all the good love when we're all alone, keep it up, girl. Yeah, you turn me on. I hooked on a feeling, and I'm believing that you're in love with me. Hooked on a feeling, and I'm believing that you're in.
I mean, look at these daredevil stunts, these absolutely stunning landscapes. I mean, who can hold a candle to David Hasselhoff and this incredible music video production? I mean, who else has dominated 2 decades? 2 decades of dominance. I mean, Seagal only had Above the Law in what was that? That was 88. And I don't think he even came out with a movie in 89. So he really was more of a 90s domination. Here you have the Hoff fully dominating 2 full decades. 2 decades of dominance. I mean, look at these stunts. Not even the one and only bonus points for anybody who can guess what I'm about to bring up right now. Oh man, one of the greatest TV series of all time, another great 90s TV series, is of course the show Renegade with the one and only Lorenzo Lamas. But not even Lorenzo Lamas could perform these kinds of motorcycle stunts that the Hoff is performing. Not even Lorenzo Lamas. I actually did a whole 2-hour plus podcast on the Hoff and his incredible life. You should check that out, Axis Mundi, and whoever else hasn't done their the Hoff deep dives. But not even Lorenzo Lamas, one of the unheralded greats of action cinema and TV, could have these kinds of motorcycle skills that the Hoff has.
Love with me, yeah.
I'm not going to turn this into a Hoff showcase, but I have one more music video I want to go over to just showcase the greatness that is the Hoff for those that don't know. I mean, I don't know how anybody could have not seen the MINDSHOCK David Hasselhoff episode. We went over a few of these, but I mean, the greatness that is the Hoff is absolutely unrivaled in the field of music and music videos.
Jump in my car. I wanna take you home. Come on and jump in my car. It's too far to walk on your own.
No, thank you, sir.
Oh, come on, I'm just where they got.
No, thank you, sir.
Oh, little girl, I wouldn't tell you no
I
lie.
know you're gay.
How can you say that we've only just met?
You're not the same.
Ooh, she's got me there, but I'll get her yet.
I got you there.
No, you didn't. I was catching my breath, and look, it's starting to rain, and baby, you'll catch your death.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, come on, it costs nothing to try, and you're the ride home nice and dry. Oh, jump in my car. I wanna take you home. Jump in my car. It's too far to walk on your own. Oh yeah. Come on, girl. Come on. I got a hot rod here. Let's go talk. Jump in my car. I wanna take you home. Come on and jump in my car. It's way too far to walk on your own.
I lived outside
Get out of my car.
the stoking. You got no right to speak.
Get out of my car.
You told me that you were a really nice guy.
Well, I ain't. Yeah, get out of my car. Get out. Get out of my car.
Get her out of here. Woo! Ooh, hope she's okay.
I mean, how hilarious is that? Jump in my car, get out of my car. I mean, in a woke society, they probably wouldn't make this music video. But the Hoff exposes the clueless goofery. He exposes clueless goofery. This was also 2006. The Hoff continuing his dominance into the new millennia and for many years to come. He also has conspiracy in it and metal songs, but I don't want to get too sidetracked here because this is about the 80s and 90s. So that was our aside. But check out the David Hasselhoff episode. I actually go through all those music videos. All right, so let's go back. Where were we with this breakdown here? So Shark Dog 32 says 89 was the best year ever. 750 donuts of doom. It's a shame some of these listeners aren't in the live chat right now. Only those who have never really experienced the 80s would pick the 90s. I'm not sure about that. I go back and forth. If I had to pick a single year, I mean, it's so tough. If you're going more on the freedom side, 1980 or 81. If you're going more where you want some of the technology, but before it went crazy, then you can go 88, 89. But if you want just the balance of everything, it might be hard to pick against 1990 or even 91, because then you even have the internet. So, yeah, I mean, 1990 might be peak civilization, because it's nice to have the internet, but it's not everywhere. So you have to really go out of your way to get to be on the internet for a small period of time, but it's still there. It's still there, and it didn't take over anything. David Williams says, at 66 years old, the 70s clearly best decade in my past. 80s was worse for me, lost my union job, and jobs was hard to find in my state then. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's anecdotes of all kind. There were some people who were miserable in the 60s, happy in the 70s, miserable in the 70s, happy in the 80s. I mean, you have unique individuals all over with their unique life circumstances. What we are examining here is the decade as a whole. Cooper's Dissent says, I'd pick the 50s, the last civil era. One parent could work and provide everything needed. You could kind of argue that you could do that in the 60s and even the 70s. Actually, I mean, the 80s, it got maybe. I mean, you did still have that in the early 90s. I mean, I don't know. The food and medicine wasn't poison yet. Well, some of it was. The beginnings of rock and roll, too. So Cooper's Dissent would pick the 50s. I don't know. The only danger, I mean, it depends on what you want personally, but people could possibly argue the 50s was a little bit boring depending on where you lived. I mean, the 80s was kind of awesome regardless of where you lived. Cloypto says 80s pop changed everything, but so did the rave scene in the 90s. The only little problem was the people who pushed them to change the demographic of society unfortunately succeeded. 80s were more openly, casually gay, and the 90s got a generation of people who wouldn't normally take drugs, addicted to ecstasy, MDMA. Great content. Please do a video of the Arkansas murders of Kevin Eyes and Don Henry, which I actually did since then. Okay. We have Robert Ellison saying 1950s. Ryan Galt saying, I notice a lot of similarities between the 50s and the 80s. I don't know if I see that, but I don't know. I'm not an expert in the 50s. Brent Abel says the 90s were the remedy, a giant middle finger to the 80s. Now, this is actually one of the most interesting exchanges I had regarding the 80s versus 90s. I asked for him to expand on that. Oh, wait, his reply is missing here. That's weird. I don't know if he deleted it or not. It was a really good reply. Let me see if I can find it. Or it's just YouTube being weird and not showing comments. Okay, yeah, so I did find the comment. It's so weird. It's not showing up in the community tab, but I have it in the notifications tab of a reply. Okay, Brent Abel responded, I don't know if more words will help, but I personally consider the 80s to be this cultural crescendo built from the previous decades, a time of fake causes, over-the-top glam, and general Western excess, and an all-time spiritual low for humanity, a disease of the spirit caused by physical excess, sin. Now, I'm going to finish reading the comment, but that's not entirely untrue. Like, for example, if you're in the club scene of Miami, but if you're in some kind of suburb having fun with your friends, those are two different scenarios there. Okay, the 90s was a sobering shift, like waking up from an 80s acid rave with a dirty what just happened, I hate myself, minimalistic, self-destructive hangover. Also, again, it depends on who and where you are, right? If you're in Seattle, if you're in the Seattle grunge scene, Portland, Seattle grunge scene, maybe. But if you're in all these other areas, I mean, some of these areas, especially outside of big cities, they carried on that 80s vibe into the mid 90s. Everything follows a cycle. The tribulation pressure of a system builds to the point where it can no longer be ignored. To those sober and with a migraine, the drunk are obvious and obnoxious. The youth of society do not express its disdain in a thesis or long-winded psychological study. But through its art, the 90s generation vomited up all that hyper-color excess. Grunge, post-metal, Fight Club, The Matrix, a few of the artistic expressions, a symbol of the middle finger to the 80s. Now, again, this is another case of many things being true at the same time. My response here, very interesting take, but obviously more than one thing can be true at once. The 80s also had a fun, hope for the future, positive vibe among the population. Early 90s did as well. Contrast that with the zombified state of apathy and despair 2000 to 2008 marinated, resulting in a current society even further zombified and docile post-social media rollout. Another interesting way of looking at it is comparing kids in poverty close to the poverty line in the 80s, not participating in any of that excess of the 80s, to kids in poverty close to poverty in early 2000s through to today, which have more light in their eyes. Kids were free to be kids and have fun in the 80s, actually live. Today, everyone is on a screen in zombification mode. Brent Abel responded, "You raise a valid point. Perspective is important. As a fairly naive and somewhat innocent child of the 80s, the actually live gem resonated with me. Then, only 20 years later, I started raising my children in the age of the prophetic 80s film They Live, so they didn't get much of a choice about wearing the glasses. It's rather sad." You know what's kind of crazy, though? Just to continue going with that positive vibe, there were plenty of serial killers and abductions in the 80s and even in the 70s, but it wasn't all over the TV 24/7. There wasn't a 24/7 news cycle, so it wasn't in the public consciousness. So that level of carefree hope and fun, it was still there, even though there was still evil in the world, obviously, at the time. Oh, wow, that's crazy. I didn't know that. Heracles in the chat saying, "Bruce, you just reminded me of the show Portlandia. It was based around Portland, Oregon, trying to keep the 90s vibe going into the 2000s. It was a comedy and it was pretty funny." That sounds kind of awesome. I never heard of it. Let me look that up. I never heard of this show. That's hilarious. That is so funny. I'm going to have to check that out. Okay. So, continuing on with the comments here, Lord Zed, where is Lord Zed? Saying, "The Chicago Bulls give the 90s the edge." My response, 80s Jordan was still awesome, arguably some of his best performances. And that's the other thing, too. Just the excitement in sports. Should I throw up a 1980s Jordan highlight reel? I mean, he was awesome in the 90s, too. Maximilian has a pretty cool highlight here of, it's labeled 24-year-old Michael Jordan was godlike, 1987-1988 MVP highlights. You guys want to watch this? We got to touch upon the sports here. Heracles said, "Play the theme of Portlandia." Hold on, let me set up the Jordan highlight, the 80s Jordan highlights. I mean, it's actually a tough call, but I don't know, 80s Jordan was so awesome. I mean, I don't know if I mean, everybody wants to talk about the championships, but just the level of play in the 80s was crazy. Which theme do you want me to play, Heracles? The Portlandia theme? Let's watch 80s Jordan. Oh wow, this is actually a huge highlight. Boggin in the chat says, I was born early 70s, so 80s is near and dear to my heart. I mean, we're also trying to use objective metrics here. Wow, this is a 42... I didn't realize it was a 42-minute highlight. Okay, we're not watching that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but... Alright, here's a 3-minute 80s video. 80s highlight of Jordan. We can watch this. I mean, watching it, 80s and even 90s sports were crazy. I mean, who remembers being as excited as they were in the 80s and 90s for certain sports as post 2000? Yeah, a lot of it's being jaded. A lot of it's realizing, you know, the corruption in sports that maybe not, obviously not as many people knew about in the 80s and 90s, but call it naivete, but there was a certain pureness to sport and even pro wrestling. I mean, pro wrestling back in the 80s, it was still kind of like, what, is it real? Is it not real? A lot of people thought it was real. There was a certain naivete in the 80s that was kind of awesome. There was an awesome naivete in the 80s that has to count in its favor. And I guess you'd still had it in the early 90s, but by the mid to late 90s, that naivete was wearing off. You know what else is kind of interesting to think about? Like, naivete is actually... I mean, it could be a bad thing if you're talking about dangerous situations, but in terms of just carefree, fun vibes, like, naivete is actually kind of awesome. It's definitely a plus. So here's 80s Jordan. I mean, 90s Jordan was pretty good too, but let's not sleep on 80s Jordan. Heracles says it's called Dream of the 90s. Is that the Portlandia thing that you want me to play?
The Chicago Bulls pick Michael Jordan.
Boggin says, y'all remember how skateboards almost went away and then came back? I will raise you, my friend. I will raise you from skateboards. If I can find this video, then I'm looking for it. Larry Bird is... Ooh. There was a cool documentary I watched. I guess it's early 2000s. I'm gonna skip through it, but here's a couple things so everybody can see where this is going. I'm gonna raise the skateboarding with something most people don't do anymore, but was kind of big in the 80s and even the 90s.
What's up, Vinny?
Aggressive
18-year-old
inline
Ryan
skate.
Jacklin is also a New York legend. He brought a new style to our
Rollerblading
sport.
was everywhere.
More subtlety, finesse, and
If you go to New York City, you won't see people rollerblading like this anymore. I mean, you couldn't walk down a street in the 80s and 90s without people rollerblading in a major city. Wow, that was pretty cool. It's also kind of a weird thing how, like, video games probably removed, what, 90+% of hobbies? Like, how many legendary greats would there be if video games didn't become as popular as they were? I mean, there were always kids playing Atari, and even most kids played Atari, but just the sheer amount of games and systems available, like, it wasn't video game overload back then. Boggin said, I saw a clip last week talking about how blading went away in, like, 2007. Yeah, somewhere around there. Probably earlier. I mean, once in a blue moon, you still see... I mean, I saw somebody blading in a park one time, and they were really good. But that's like once every 2 years, 3 years, you see one guy. There was a whole documentary called Barely Dead about rollerblading. I'm going to skip through it right now. It was 2006. I remember watching it. It was so cool. I had to go rollerblading after watching it. Yeah, Bruce McGuire loves to rollerblade. Who's shocked? I really didn't think we'd be going to rollerblades. Yeah, this documentary is called Barely Dead. It kind of documents the entire history of that, which is kind of awesome. Yeah, they kind of go over the whole skateboarding versus rollerblading rivalry in this documentary. Snazzy moves. Snazzy moves.
No. After that, it was like nothing rollerblading could do allowed it to escape the constant vigil of skateboarding shadow.
What, 1990 to 93?
BMXer's got 2 wheels. Skateboarder's got 4. We've got 8 wheels. Do the math, asshole. Took the best of surfing, skateboarding, and BMX, and then we just dwarfed those bozos.
Blading the edge. Men get in line.
Remembers the Corey Haim
And the rest has
movie,
been history.
Betrayer
The
of
resulting stigma
Rollerblading.
essentially erased the positive exposure rollerblading had earned itself, replacing
That
it
really
instead
gave
with the
a
tendency to be
bump.
discredited.
The rollerblading popularity.
Now, 11 years after the first X Games, rollerblading finds itself fighting a war for survival that has inadvertently
movie.
created the very history it was
1990.
discredited for lacking.
We're in the young
Sci-fi
stage. We're getting back to the bottom because you got to
That's what
fix
it's
the
all about.
foundation and work
Just
with the
the
basics and make
creativity
sure
of the 80s
that
and 90s.
all that is ready
There's
and
really not much
secure.
creativity anymore.
This is the story of a global community of athletes unified by a common interest.
Dope Man says, add that to the
This is
Bruce
what it's like
McGuire
being a
report.
rollerblader. Being part of a
Point out your
group
logic
that some critics
fallacies
really do wish
while
was
rollerblading.
barely dead.
The energies have shifted. Now it's gone underground, and it's gotten stronger and better.
No, that was form that would lead to a conscious rebellion by this minority against the image that had until then been attributed to inline skating. It was somewhere during this economic and participation boom on November 21st, 1991 to be exact, that a talented young athlete named Chris Edwards performed the first recorded frontside grind down a 3-stair handrail. Rollerblading suddenly had a new icon and was about to capture the imagination of the television viewing world.
People getting married on roller skates.
No,
We
that was
don't
inline-
see that anymore. Oh, we got some stats here.
An athlete named Chris Edwards performed the first recorded frontside grind down a 3-stair handrail. Rollerblading suddenly had a new icon and was about to capture the imagination of the television viewing world. By 1993, the global interest in freestyle rollerblading had spawned its own media source, Daily Bread magazine. Suddenly, the segment of inline skaters most misunderstood by the large corporations had a unified voice. Here, the unique culture of rollerblading was nurtured and cultivated, bringing together influential and persuasive skaters in search of artistic expression, which is exactly what they found.
And of course, 94 is the year that everyone will hone in on. It's the year that it grew up, that people from all around the world that had been skating for 2 or 3 years by themselves met each other and realized that we were part of a global entity.
The same time as the Southern California rollerblade explosion, rollerblades started showing up in New York City, specifically on MTV Sports.
There's buses coming at you, you have to learn how to weave in and out of people. It's a tool, a way of getting around.
No, that was inline skating. That was too cool for me. I don't know. Are you into it?
I'm into it.
Through MTV, rollerblading had an unprecedented opportunity to beam directly into millions of homes around the world, which it did. By 1997, there were over 29.1 million inline skaters worldwide, nearly a tenfold increase in just 8 short years. As the global population of rollerbladers continued to rise, the small group of participants using No, that was inline skating. That was too cool for me. I don't know. Are you into it?
I'm into it.
Through MTV, rollerblading had an unprecedented opportunity to beam directly into millions of homes around the world, which it did. By 1997, there were over 29.1 million inline skaters worldwide. There's two.
Or is that just general MTV stuff?
What it showed, though, were two things. One, that Arlo has a pretty damn good sense of humor.
Skateboarding expressed it not
So
just
the
through
whole
the
life,
skateboarding,
the
but also
whole
the art. It
alternative
was this
lifestyle, the
culture.
skateboarders got triggered that the rollerbladers just kind of
Turn the
showed up with it, and they weren't around for decades and decades like the skateboarders. That was the beef.
money.
What are the beefs today? Some kind of influencers beefing? Some kind of soy boy influencers beefing while doing kick streams? Live streams on the internet? That's what the world has descended to?
And every person had a piece of mind, but we pain settles in like the rain.
So yeah, I didn't know we'd be going this deep into rollerblading, but yeah, there you have it. I had to raise whoever brought up skateboarding. I had to raise them rollerblading. The essence of the 80s and 90s. Yeah, now they got scooters. Scooters are just so soy, in my opinion. In my humble opinion. Not so humble opinion. I don't know. There's something not masculine about scooters. Call me crazy. Alright, let me finish going over the comments here from the poll. OIC stated, or Quantum Leaper said 70s and 80s and early 90s. I could kind of agree with that. Mid to late 90s, there's definitely a shift. OIC said I'd have to be in between 85 to 95. However, it was not perfect. politics, or I guess that's supposed to be politics, the money market, jobs, and the Falklands War, which everybody forgot about, all played significant parts throughout the 80s and 90s, creating a lot of upset for ordinary people in England. Terrorism, as in the LRA attacks, was also an active threat continuously for the general public, as the public was normally the target. Policing was an increasing method of racist cop stop and search, which included SPG special patrol groups and transit vans waiting to drag you off. A significant rise in football crowd violence that went from a punch-up to baseball bats and knifing or slashed with a Stanley blade, not a family day out, which makes it stand out for me, was the change in availability of music that was not controlled by secret societies like all popular music was, and still is. Pirate radio was the medium that played independently produced dance, funk, rap, and house music. It was a big thing that was connected to independently owned import record shops where most of the emerging DJs worked or visited, like myself. Pirate radio made the music available to those who didn't buy in to pop, and its talentless performers played over and over all day, every day. People like Jimmy Savile, if you will, was a pop fan. You supported and financed their behavior regardless of knowing or not a suspect I wanted nothing to do with. So pirate radio from 85 and going to Ibiza in 88, 89, and 90 seal it for me. Yeah, going back to like Goa, Ibiza, all these party destinations. There were, I don't want to say they were underground because they kind of weren't, but they weren't commercialized. Now they are, so now you can't even really go there. Cute Kanji said the 90s. The 90s had everything the 80s had except improved, and had the beginning of the internet and computer era, all before the social media stuff and PC-ness woke rubbish all became mainstream. I mean, the late 80s had internet. I mean, the early 80s had internet, but nobody really had it. But by the late 80s, there were, it wasn't, there was a fair amount of people on the internet in the late 80s. Not a lot, but more than just one random nerd per state. All right, so that's pretty much the write-up there. So we're about done. I mean, we've been going for almost 3 hours on this question. We didn't even get to, like, the action movies, but we've gone over those. The 80s and 90s had phenomenal action movies. I mean, Chuck Norris still made movies in the 90s and even the early 2000s, but not so great. Obviously, his heyday was more late 70s and early 80s. And then, of course, you had the rise of Stallone and Arnold throughout the 80s. And then Steven Seagal in the tail end of the 80s with Above the Law. And then dominating the 90s with the likes of Jean-Claude Van Damme, who also kind of started in the 80s. Not so much post-2000s. I mean, there's really not too much. Because, again, just the increase in soy, the decrease in testosterone, and all these other factors that we already went over. Does anybody have any final points they want on this question? I'm going to throw up the poll now that we've gone over this. We did a poll at the beginning. So, was the 80s the greatest decade? If you answer no, that means 90s. Other means not 80s or 90s. It's after going over all of this, I don't know. I think if a single year, I might have to pick 1990. I might have to pick 1990. That might be the year for me as the greatest, as peak human civilization. But again, it kind of depends on what you want. If you want more on the freedom side, 1980, 81, 82. If you want more of the technology, then you're going 88, 89, 90, 91. But it does seem things really start to go downhill 93, 94, 95, 96. I mean, not that quickly. I would argue not that quickly. Like, those are great years. J.O. says it's a tie. We got 57% going for 80s. Because if we... Okay, it might have to be 80s. Because even if we say... even if we say 1990 or 91 was peak human civilization... 99, 98, 97 drag it down a little bit, whereas 88, 89, 88, 87, 81, 82 don't really drag down the 80s. So we can say the 80s might have had more great years than the 90s across the board, across all metrics. Even if 1990 or even 91 is the greatest year for peak civilization. I mean, that's pretty much where I'm ending it, unless somebody has a problem with that. What does everybody think? Is that where we're at? If I had to give a single year, I would probably say 1990 is peak human civilization. But the 80s as a whole decade is better than the 90s. Just each year averaged. We have some people in agreement here. I mean, we could definitely get more into the 80s and 90s action stars. We already did a whole podcast on 80s and 90s action stars where we went over Jean-Claude Van Damme, Steven Seagal, Stallone, Arnold, a couple of these other guys, The Hoff, of course. Radar says, depends what age you were. Small kid in the start of the 80s, university late 90s was 2000 when it started being expletive for me. Well, see, for a lot of people, right? Because once you get out of college, hit the real world, it's a lot less fun. But let's compare apples to apples. Who was having more fun? The high school kids of the 70s, the high school kids of the 80s, the high school kids of the 90s, the high school kids of the 2000s, or the high school kids of the 2010s. Let's keep it apples to apples. Or even the university crowd, or even those in the workforce. Were they having more fun in the 70s, 80s, 90s, or 2000s and post? So apples to apples, Heracles agrees the 90s was the best, but outweighed by the totality of the 80s. Yeah, because you could say 98, 99, 98, 97, there was definitely a consciousness shift. I mean, I don't know if it was purely due to technology or other factors. But yeah, you had more cell phone radiation. Like, everything started to go downhill slowly, very slowly. So it really wasn't that noticeable. But looking back at it now, year by year, the 80s seems to be the greater decade just because, I mean, what's so bad about 80, 81, 82, 83? They had less tech, but there was still really good mental, physical health. Inflation wasn't as horrible. I mean, they really weren't that bad. If you're talking about just peak decade for fun without technology, I mean, yeah, maybe you'll go 86, 87, 88, maybe. But 1990, I mean, that's just such a solid year because it's practically still the 80s, especially the first half of 1990. I mean, that's practically the 80s. A 91, pretty solid too. I would say 92, 93, 94, there's a tiny little snowball starts being formed. Barely noticeable. Slightly more noticeable, 96, 97, and then 98, 99, it becomes really noticeable. And then just a massive increase in technology and obesity. I mean, all of it, I mean, it becomes super noticeable, obviously, by 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, and then it gets rapidly, then there's this precipitous drop, just this rapid drop in testosterone, and it seems the rest of society just went off a cliff with the testosterone. So there you have it. That's what we have. Very interesting episode as always. A lot of fun dissecting these topics and all the variables within this topic, because it's not an easy topic. We'll probably end up actually doing, this might actually end up being a series because there's so much we didn't touch upon. Even within non-Hoff related music, obviously the music of the 80s is pretty awesome. And the early 90s. Again, most of the negatives against music in the 90s are in the second half of the 90s, not the first half of the 90s. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Long-awaited podcast here. When did the action movie die? What has been going on in the world of entertainment in its decline, like everything seems to be on the decline nowadays? We were going to attempt to pinpoint in truly mind-shock logical fashion what happened to the action movie star, what happened to action movies in general. And as always, if you enjoy the MindShock podcast, wanna help support logic and reason in a world where it is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also be a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast. Depending on your tier, questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. So, what an interesting world we used to live in, entertainment-wise. I mean, a lot of the youngins, they kind of missed out on a truly glorious era. An era of Arnold Schwarzenegger, Chuck Norris, Sylvester Stallone, Steven Seagal, and of course the one and only Jean-Claude Van Damme. Much has been speculated about who would beat who, which movies are better, but the bottom line is they were all kind of entertaining. They really were. They really were. We got Lord Zed in the house right here with his comment. Now, douchebags like Conor McGregor are seen as tough guys. I haven't seen the new Roadhouse, first of all. Second of all, I mean, Patrick Swayze was never really an action star in the first place. Although I did like Black Dog. That's one of his underrated movies. It's a trucker movie. It's quite interesting. We need to rewatch that. We got to add that. Man, I got to make note of that. We got to add that to the Q&A watch list. Grunge Truck in the house here. Falling Down was a good one. Yeah, that was a good movie. Not really action star per se. We are addressing here the action movie as a genre itself. Not necessarily dramatic action movies. I mean, Heat was good, Falling Down. I mean, there's, even at Roadhouse, I like Roadhouse. They're not really like popcorn action movies. I mean, we're talking one-liners, explosions left and right, fight scenes all over the place. I mean, truly larger-than-life movie stars. I mean, I'm going to go into the reasons on the decline and just the cesspool of soy that we have nowadays. I mean, look at the action stars today. I mean, we got these soy goofs, these metrosexuals, these cross-dressing goofs. I mean, who do we have today? Obviously, superhero movies. I don't want to blame comic book superhero movies for the decline of Hollywood. I'm not even putting Jake Paul on the list, my friend, Lord Zed. Did he even do any real movies? But I mean, look at the soy cesspool we have today. I mean, really, the best that today can muster is probably something like Jason Statham. And he's not really a traditional action star. He's not that jacked. He's not really larger than life. He's got like a suave British thing going on. I mean, he's decent. He really is decent. He's decent. Death Race 2000, I think, was probably one of his best. And, of course, the Transporter movies. But he was always a poor man's 80s star. Like, he would never hack it in the 80s and 90s heyday. He would never hack it. So, again, let's examine who we have here today. We have Chris Evans. Because, again, as I was saying with the superhero movies, there was a Captain America made. Was that... What year was that? Let me double check the year. I might be one of the only people who actually enjoyed the first Captain America movie. 1990, actually. Okay, so I don't know if it was shot in 89. Matt Salinger, no clue who he is. But there were. I mean, The Punisher with Dolph Lundgren. I didn't put Dolph Lundgren on the list. I mean, he definitely belongs on the list of, he's a larger than life action star. I mean, he was always, B League, but he was still pretty solid. I mean, Dolph Lundgren literally is eons ahead of any of these soy goofs here. I mean, come on. We got Chris Evans as Captain America. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, does this guy look like an action star? I mean, yeah, I know some of these guys pack on some muscle here and there, like Chris Hemsworth, and obviously John Cena's juiced to the gills. But I mean, the guy's a goof. I mean, John Cena's first Hollywood run was actually better. The Marine. I mean, it was more true to the 80s and 90s. They weren't great, but they had some value, and he wasn't cross-dressing. I mean, there was some kind of legitimacy. Oh, yeah, Clint Eastwood. Well, Clint Eastwood kind of predated the 80s and 90s. I mean, Clint Eastwood was like one of the OGs, like John Wayne and Clint Eastwood. Lord Zed bringing out Sasha Mitchell. Wow. Yeah, I'll put the other graphic up after we go over this new generation of goofs. Sasha Mitchell. He would actually have probably been the equivalent of a Statham. He really wasn't jacked at all, but the guy did have charisma. I know some people might not like him. He did all the Kickboxer sequels. Kickboxer 2, Kickboxer 3, Kickboxer 4, The Aggressor, one of my favorites. That actually had one of the best bar fights ever. Yes, I've seen them all. And Kickboxer 5, Redemption with Mark Dacascos. I actually left him off the list as well. Obviously, the heyday. I'll put the graphic up right here. I mean, the Mount Rushmore guys. I know, there's more, but yeah, you got Arnold, Stallone, Norris, Seagal, and of course, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Bruce Willis couldn't really do the fight scenes as well. I mean, he was kind of the, he did have, he did some action. I mean, Die Hard, but I mean, other than Die Hard, what did he really have? There was that movie Die Hard on a Boat. What was that? I'm sure somebody knows the name of it in the chat. What was Die Hard on a Boat? That was, I believe that was 80s. That was before Die Hard. I think that came out before Die Hard. Oh, Last Boy Scout was really good too, though. But I mean, that's about it. I mean, I wouldn't put Bruce Willis on the Mount Rushmore. I mean, Bruce Willis is no Arnold. He's no Stallone. He's no Norris. He's no Seagal. He's no Van Damme. Oh, Charles Bronson, one of the OGs for sure. Yeah, I mean, if this is mostly about, the heyday and then the death. Maybe we'll do a different podcast on the OGs, because definitely Bronson, Eastwood, John Wayne, a lot of those older guys, I mean, they were class. Talk about having class. I mean, these guys on the screen, the 80s and 90s guys had class too. Lord Zed said we're missing another 90s guys. Are we? Who else was? Oh, Dolph Lundgren. Dolph Lundgren was the other. He was kind of big. And Brandon Lee. But Brandon Lee didn't do a lot. But Brandon Lee was also kind of more like a Statham. He wasn't this jacked, larger-than-life guy. Oh, McQueen. Yeah, I mean, definitely in the OG era. We're not going to get into... Yeah, there's a lot of awesome OG guys that kind of started the action movie. But we're talking about the heyday and then the decline, and we're going to actually try to pinpoint the exact movie. I had one in mind, and I just completely forgot what it was. I totally forgot. I actually had it in mind yesterday when I was planning this podcast, because we've been talking action movies for a while, and I've been wanting to do this pinpointing. I Am Ion's Cat says, was the action movie intentionally stopped or prevented? Eliminate the action movie conspiracy. Yes, I Am Ion's Cat. You might have been joking, but I'm not joking here. This was definitely a rolled out intentional Illuminati conspiracy to suppress morale of men and boys and to replace them with this cesspool of soy, these metrosexual cross-dressing goofs that not only lack charisma. I mean, Keanu's really cool. Keanu Reeves is cool. I mean, he had Point Break, but Point Break is not a major action movie. It's a drama action movie. Oh, Wesley Snipes. We forgot Snipes. I don't think he did that much in the 80s, though. Snipes was an awesome '90s guy, and Michael Jai White was decent. A lot of his, I mean, he was cool. A lot of his movies just weren't that good though. But going back to what I was saying about the comic book movies, they weren't ruined. Like you had, I think Blade with Snipes in '98 was probably the best comic book movie ever in terms of balancing everything and being highly entertaining without over the top CGI or any of that nonsense. It had the charisma, the story, the flash, the pizzazz, and even class and humor, everything extremely well balanced. And now you got all these goofs. Yeah, I Am Iron's Cat. Yeah, we're not joking. Like, it's been an intentional replacement here. I mean, just the suppressing of testosterone and masculinity. I mean, that's not accidental in, Hollyweird. If you haven't checked out the Mel Gibson interview, I mean, Hollyweird has been, I actually postulated the theory that Hollywood is the whore of Babylon itself, exporting degeneracy the world over. But let's look, who do young boys have to look up to now in the movies? Like, Keanu is cool. He's cool. The Matrix was pretty cool. But he's just not a real, I mean, call me crazy, call me blaspheming. But, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, I mean, that's just not a platform for action movie stardom. I mean, look, you could argue that, Arnold's debut, Hercules in New York, isn't exactly a platform, but it kind of is. I mean, he's literally playing jacked Hercules. It's just got a humorous vibe to it. It's still completely larger than life. So I don't think this comic book superhero movie destroyed everything. I mean, I enjoy the original Batman as well. Yeah, I mean, but John Wick, I mean, just in terms of today, in terms of post-2000s all the way into 2024, I mean, Keanu Reeves is legit one of the top action guys today just for the John Wick franchise alone. And I didn't include Tom Cruise simply because, oh man, the Tom Cruise enigma. Tom Cruise is an action star. He really is. He didn't start off one. He's really short. He doesn't have that larger-than-life thing in real life going on. That's actually, yeah, O'Break, of course O'Break has to say it. Keanu Reeves' character Neo's passport in The Matrix expires September the 11th, 2001. Yeah, of course. Well, we can't include Michael Keaton because he's a dramatic actor and he's bland and wooden and dry, kind of like Kevin Costner. Even though I do enjoy Waterworld. Maybe I'm one of the few, but I thought Waterworld was a highly entertaining movie and one of Costner's best, The Dances with Wolves, of course, too. I actually enjoy Costner's baseball movies as well. Perfect Game is one of my favorite movies. So, yeah, but I wouldn't put him in there. And then Harrison Ford, Russell Crowe, they are not action movie stars. They're dramatic. They've done some great dramatic action movies. Of course, Gladiator's up there. I mean, you could possibly put Mel Gibson in there, but I can't because he's not larger than life. These are dramatic actors that have made phenomenal dramatic action films. But they weren't, I'm talking just like, the popcorn action movie. The high-octane explosions around every corner. Although the Lethal Weapon franchise kind of meets that criteria, but that's pretty much the only series of Gibsons that really meets the action movie criteria is the Lethal Weapon series. I don't know if that's enough to put him in there. I mean, because he is on... And Mad Max, sorta. I mean, actually, you know who else was kind of could have made it big if he wanted to? Tom Hardy. Because he had the charisma, but he was too busy playing bad guys and doing all these some dramatic indie movies. Ransom's not really an action movie. It's a great movie. Great dramatic movie. So look at this cesspool of soy we have today. You have Tom Holland as Spider-Man. Yeah, the wisecracking might be funny. But I mean, he looks like Kristen Stewart half the time in his dramatic movies. I don't know, he's doing some kind of homo movies. I don't know. Not exactly an action star. I mean, and small in stature. Will Smith's not an action star. He also did some dramatic action movies that were good. But you can't really take... Actually, you know what? My favorite role of Will Smith, probably in an action movie, is Suicide Squad. He was pretty damn good and entertaining in that. Yeah, Independence Day is awesome. That's a sci-fi movie, though. That's sci-fi. I mean, it was kind of popcorn action, but there's really not that many fight scenes. Yeah, Independence Day does indeed rule. I mean, that movie was fantastic. Okay, so hold on. Let's go over the cesspool of soy we have here, replacing, the action movie stars of yesteryear, of the 80s and 90s. So Hemsworth is probably the closest to be able to achieve larger than life status, because he does get pretty jacked for Thor and Extraction. If you haven't checked out the Extraction movies, they're fairly good. Actually, I just remembered which movie ended the entire. Yes, I have it. Man, I'm back. I've been working on a pretty extended schedule, so my memory's been slightly less sharp than usual. I just remembered it. I won't forget it. We'll get to it in a few minutes after I do my overview. And I'm not sure anybody's gonna be able. Oh wow, Lord Zed, I am so glad you're here. Because you are exactly on the same page with me. Jason Momoa had all of the makings. Bullet in the Head was legit one of the best modern action movies I had ever seen. Let's see, what year is that? I was so stoked for it because I was thinking the action movie's back. You got Stallone. That was 2012. You got Stallone passing the torch to Jason Momoa of Baywatch Hawaii. So this scrawny kid from Baywatch Hawaii, out of nowhere, because I hadn't seen him. Yeah, Bullet to the Head. We got to add that to the Q&A watch list. It's phenomenal. It's so phenomenal. It's better than it has any right to be. And it totally shocked. I was not because that really was a good throwback action movie. Because I can't remember a good action movie post 2000. And then Bullet in the Head comes out with Stallone passing the torch to Jason Momoa, this toothpick kid off Baywatch Hawaii. I think he was, 17 or 18 or 19 years old in that series? You would have never thought he would have. So I hadn't seen him since Baywatch Hawaii. So that was 99. I don't know. What was Baywatch Hawaii? 99, 2000, whatever it was. Then fast forward over a decade. And this guy comes out jacked with charisma from the gills, oozing charisma from the gills, co-starring with Stallone. And I'm thinking, okay, the action movie's back. And then the only other thing Momoa really did was the Conan remake, which I actually liked. I might have been one of the only ones. And actually, did Conan come out even before that? I might have watched it after. Let's look at Momoa's filmography. I mean, Momoa's probably the biggest wasted talent because he really did have the ability. Because even the Aquaman movies, I mean, I'm not a fan of them. I mean, they weren't horrible, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't qualify those as great action movies. All that woke Disney nonsense now. But I don't think he just kind of squandered everything. He also did the TV series Red Road. I don't know if you saw that, Lord Zed. That was actually really good. And that did not get, I think it was 2 seasons, 2 super short seasons, and it didn't get renewed. That was fairly good. But let's see here. He did The Last Manhunt 2022. I haven't seen that. Oh, he actually did do another good movie. Let's see. It was... I saw Brave, and that wasn't great. Was it Sugar? Road to Paloma. Road to Paloma, he was pretty cool in. He had some good anti-hero vibes going on there. Yeah, Conan the Barbarian remake, he actually did that before Bullet in the Head, but I didn't watch it until after I saw Bullet to the Head. When I saw Bullet to the Head, and, I mean, that just set the stage. He really didn't do much after that. He did Wolves and Debug. I haven't seen Debug. That looks kind of dumb. I don't think he even stars in that. Hackers in a Spaceship. Meh. Oh, you know who we forgot? Gary Daniels. Gary Daniels was kind of a powerhouse in the 90s. Low-budget powerhouse. Yeah, I mentioned Brandon Lee earlier, but Brandon Lee wasn't really larger than life. I mean, he had a ton of charisma, phenomenal actor. And he just didn't do enough movies. But yeah, I mean, he would be second tier. Yeah, Road to Paloma is actually really good, Lord Zed. Especially if you like Momoa. But he basically squandered everything to do Aquaman and some of these other random movies in small parts. Because he did have that, he kind of has that larger-than-life thing going on, like the 80s and 90s guys. Like, he probably was the closest to do it. I mean, I'm glad you brought him up, because he totally slipped my mind. Like, Bullet in the Head was just, that was just damn good. I mean, was that even Hollywood? Yeah, I guess that was Hollywood. That was a Stallone movie. It kind of almost felt like a high-budget indie and not Hollywood. But yeah, Momoa was probably the closest to be able to capture the glory of the 80s and 90s high-octane, high testosterone level. Because look at goofs like John Cena. Again, in his first run in Hollywood with movies like The Marine and some of those, I mean, he was very bland and dry. I mean, I suppose it's not too late. He's not that old. But if he keeps doing Aquaman movies, I mean, that just doesn't cut it. All that woke Disney nonsense just does not cut it. So we have Chris Evans as Captain America. What else has Chris Evans done? Nobody even remembers Chris Evans. Was he in not another teen movie? I don't remember. He's kind of scrawny. I mean, he bulks up to do the Captain America movies, but that's about it. Then you have Hemsworth, who gets kind of close, but Momoa would actually be a much better pick, because Momoa's got way more charisma than Hemsworth. Hemsworth is pretty dry. I mean, where's the charisma? Now, Keanu has some decent charisma, but it's kind of fine-tuned to the role. Like, he's not going to be able to pull off roles like Arnold, Stallone, Van Damme, Seagal. Like, he's very niche in what he can and can't pull off. Like, John Wick almost feels tailor-made to him and what he can pull off. It's also not, I mean, obviously they kind of jumped the shark. I might do a John Wick analysis, because I've watched all of them, and the first one is very solid, the second one's pretty solid, and the third and fourth really fall off into almost parodies of themselves. And I think that was a huge mistake, because it really took you, even though this is like alternate universe, whatever, it really takes you out when they just completely wreck the physics and biology of everything, where Wick can just fall off a building and survive no problem. Whereas in the first two movies, it was within the scope of the willing suspension of disbelief. I mean, yeah, because some people can get hit by a car and get up depending on the speed and the angle, etc. But, falling off multiple story building and just jogging off, that doesn't quite work. I mean, they could have at least had him fall into a dumpster. I mean, come on. So Keanu, I mean, look at him. He's this scrawny, skinny guy. You got The Rock, who's semi-jacked, but The Rock is such a goof. Now, Lord Zed probably remembers this, because Arnold actually had a cameo in The Rock's first big action movie, The Rundown. I don't know, it was 2000 or 2001 or 2002, somewhere around there. Or 2003, maybe, actually. Let me get the date right. Yeah, 2003. Well, he's also co-starring with Sean William Scott. He's co-starring with Stifler. So, what can you do there? There's only so much you can do there. But that was supposed to be The Rock's big action movie breakthrough, and Arnold passing him the torch. And The Rock squandered everything, putting on tutus, doing these nonsensical Illuminati Hollywood propaganda films, and mostly just, degenerate nonsense. And John Cena followed suit. Oh, Walking Tall was decent, actually. I liked Walking Tall, 06. Is that 06 or 07? Let's see, what was that? I liked Walking Tall. I liked that a lot more than The Rundown. The Rundown was pretty terrible. And then you had the Antichrist, it's Christopher Walken, in The Rundown as well. Yeah, let's see. If he followed that up with Walking Tall, he was still kind of doing wrestling, at least part-time at the time, I thought. Snitch was horrible. Oh man, I wish I never watched that. Pain and Gain with Wahlberg was actually decent, but that's about it. Faster was pretty bland. The Other Guys was crap. Gridiron Gang was actually a decent football drama. I remember that one too. That was 06. Walking Tall was 04. So Walking Tall was right after the Rundown. Yeah, that wasn't bad. If he kind of stuck to that kind of blueprint, he could have been decent as well. He could have been decent. You know, he had a fair amount of entertainment value. Yeah, Pain and Gain was probably his best acting performance. Yeah, Gridiron Gang was a fun, sports drama. But anyway, so who else we got here? You got Jason Statham, which is probably the closest well-rounded guy. Because unlike Momoa, Statham did the Mechanic movies, the Transporter movies. I mean, he did a couple of half-decent flicks. He did, I think, War with Jet Li. He was also in The One with Jet Li. I mean, he had a good, Death Race 2000. He had a good thing going. Statham was probably the closest to achieving 80s, 90s action star status. But he wasn't larger than life in real life. So there are basically two criteria here that I believe killed the action movie, other than the Illuminati conspiracy, of course. Because I believe the action movie could have continued for longer than it did. And, I mean, there was a lot of factors here, too, because Stallone was basically got no roles. What was the Stallone? Avenging Angelo, I believe, was the one that did so bad. Stallone wasn't getting any roles after that, or at least no good roles, until he came out with Rocky Balboa. And he kind of talks about that on his new documentary on how hard it was to get that made, Rocky Balboa 2006, and that's probably I think that's Stallone's favorite Rocky movie. I think I have to agree. I'm one of the only people who also liked Rocky 5. I wish we would get a director's cut of Rocky 5. Oscar, you know what? I haven't really seen Oscar. I saw it when it was on TV in little snippets. I wasn't paying attention. It looked like trash. It just did not look like a Stallone movie. But I like Lockup was awesome. That was one of the first Stallone movies I saw. I probably saw that before I saw Rocky, actually. Lockup used to be on TV all the time. I mean, yes, Stallone's got a great resume. Stallone and Arnold have fun. Arnold's resume actually isn't as good as Stallone's. He just didn't do as many movies as you would think. Like, Stallone did a ton of movies. Arnold actually didn't make that many. I mean, he made some good ones. I mean, Junior was obviously his... I mean, that was terrible. But, I mean, that was the beginning of the end for Arnold. And then The Sixth Day might have been his last really big movie. But I did enjoy his comeback movie. I'm trying to remember the name of it. The Corrupt Cop movie. And also the Escape Plan was pretty cool too with Stallone. But it couldn't recapture the glory, and I'll explain why. I mean, Arnold had maybe 10 solid movies, where Stallone probably had closer to 15. And still going strong. Although I guess since Stone Cold Steve Austin broke his neck in the first Expendables, he's kind of mostly slowed down. Tulsa King's not bad. I mean, I thought it was going to be horrible, but it's half decent. It's half decent. It's watchable. Yeah, Arnold's comeback movie, Sabotage, in 2014. He actually made that after 2013. And then he also did Last Stand 2013, which was pretty meh. But actually, you know what? It was Collateral Damage was really his last... Yeah, Terminator 3 came out after Collateral Damage. I saw Collateral Damage in the theater. For some reason, I thought Terminator 3 came out before Collateral Damage. Yeah, so I guess Terminator 3 was really his last real action movie, or Collateral Damage. Non-Terminator movie. Yeah, Terminator 3 was good too. Am I the only person that likes Terminator 3? Lord Zed, you mean Tulsa King? Oh yeah, Mobster, not Monster, yeah. I also saw Stallone's superhero movie, which I thought was phenomenal. If you like dark superhero movies. Let me see what the name of it was. I totally forgot the name. I just watched that on a whim right around the time it came out. And it was, oh, we have to mention the worst movie of all time that Stallone starred, Samaritan, in 2022. Yes, Stallone also did Backtrace. Do not watch that movie. It looks like some super low budget garbage. I have no idea. Like, I don't know if someone was extorting or blackmailing Stallone and forced him to star in that movie. Backtrace 2018. I mean, that was just complete and utter filth. I mean, that was just trash. Then he follows it up with Rambo Last Blood, which is phenomenal. So, yeah, do not watch Backtrace. Yeah, I like Terminator 3 as well. Okay, so these are the new guys. So are we ready? So let me do a poll of what everybody thinks was the transition to the death of the action movie. Actually, that's weird. It only gives me a few options, so we can't really. Let's do a year. Well, I can't do year either. It wants me to do yes or no, unfortunately. Huh. Okay, so I want everybody in the chat to give their pick of either the year the action movie died or what was the last action movie, the last real action movie. And no, I'm not suggesting it was Last Action Hero with Arnold Schwarzenegger with a cameo from Jean-Claude Van Damme in the red carpet scene. Did everybody catch Van Damme in Last Action Hero? I mean, they squandered a lot of opportunities in the 80s and 90s. I think Arnold and Stallone were going to work together on something late 80s, early 90s. Stallone was also going to work with Cynthia Rothrock, one of the best female action stars. Early 90s, she was all over the place. Late 80s, early 90s, Hong Kong to Hollywood. She was actually going to do a movie with Stallone. Unfortunately, it never got made. Nobody has any picks? Wow. I thought more people would get some picks here. What is the last great action movie after which no action movie could recapture the glory of the heyday of Hollywood action, which was the 80s and 90s? What was the last one? Nobody has any picks at all? That's quite mind-shocking. I find this mind-shocking. Obreak picks Independence Day. I'm not gonna even call... That's not a traditional action movie. That's an alien invasion movie, probably the best one, but it's... I wouldn't call it a traditional 80s, 90s popcorn style. Like, we're talking an Arnold, Stallone, Van Damme, Seagal type movie. It came out in 96. So you don't think there was a single awesome action movie post 96? I'm not arguing with you, I'm just asking. I have not seen Bangkok Dangerous. I heard it was pretty good, though. You talking about the remake or the original? We're not going to get into Asian cinema for the purpose of this podcast. This is about Hollywood action movies. I will be doing quite a few podcasts on Asian action movies. Oh, Nick Cage was in the remake. Yeah, Chow Yun-fat was pretty legit, and his Hollywood run was also underrated. I think The Corruptor was one of Wahlberg's first starring roles. I wouldn't put Wahlberg as an action star either. Alright, so we got nothing here? Where is everybody? Nobody got notifications, probably. What was the last great action movie? Exit Wounds with Seagal. That was probably the last great Seagal movie. Some people don't think it was great, but I thoroughly enjoyed Exit Wounds. I think it's an underrated movie, and the comedy's just really on point in Exit Wounds. So that was 2001, and no, that is not my pick for the last great action movie. I mean, if we're going to count Jet Li's Hollywood run, Romeo Must Die is another film that gets a lot of hate, but I thought it was quite good. I thought it was cool. And we don't need to get into the Aaliyah Illuminati conspiracies. Alright, come on, guys. Nobody's active in the chat here. What's going on? What's going on? Exit Wounds was 2001. The Matrix was 99. That was Matrix is just, this is, it is genre bending. You got all out action, sci-fi, revolutionary CGI, the philosophical meta aspects, it's got everything. That's 99. Come on, what does everybody think was the last great popcorn action movie? Kiss the Sky says Steve Austin. Steve Austin movies are kind of funny. I don't know if anybody's checked out some of Steve Austin's movies. They're really low budget and crappy, but they're kind of fun to watch. I haven't seen that many. I saw a couple, and I was not a fan of Steve Austin, the pro wrestler. He was just so classless, and that was his character, but whatever. Just this beer-guzzling goof who somehow gets the upper hand on all these physical specimens. I just thought it was just dumb. His whole gimmick was dumb. I'm going to catch some blaspheming hate for that, but I also wasn't a fan of The Rock. Give me some of the classier pro wrestlers like Bret the Hitman Hart. I wasn't really that big of a fan of the Hulkster either, but he had a certain amount of class as the character, not talking about in real life. Yeah, Obreak, I'm talking about, a popcorn action movie in the same vein as the 80s and 90s, the larger-than-life action movie. You can pick Terminator 3. You could pick whatever. Whatever, whoever. I mean, it could be a female lead. I mean, I don't know. There were. I guess Cynthia Rothrock. I mean, we're talking B leagues, but Cynthia Rothrock had some pretty solid movies as well. Not really until the late '90s, though. I think she kind of had some of her best stuff probably early '90s. What do we got? What do we got? Nobody cited a single movie here. I mean, this is disappointing. I expected more from you, MindShock listeners. Come on, Lord Zed. You seem to know your action movies. Can you pick a single movie where after this movie there was just literally nothing that held up? Because we can't really say Bullet to the Head, because technically the action movie was dead for so many years, and then Bullet to the Head was like kind of like some kind of comeback for the action movie, but it was already dead. So we're looking at which movie killed. I will give my pick for what movie killed it. I have one very specific pick for what killed the action movie. I'm going to give it in a moment. So Stallone, what was Stallone's last great action movie? Well, let's find Stallone and Arnold. I mean, The Sixth Day was kind of crappy. I mean, it was okay. I wouldn't call it the last great action movie. So let's see what Stallone's... I mean, Avenging Angelo was kind of weak. I mean, I liked it, but I wouldn't call it a great action movie. And then The Expendables was kind of his old school revival, and it's kind of like, I don't know, I wouldn't call that either, a great action movie. And the last Expendables was just pure trash. I mean, it was borderline unwatchable. I did enjoy the first three, though. Okay, so let's see what Stallone's last great movie was when he was on a roll. So he had Assassins 95, solid. Daylight 96, solid. Copland 97, more on the dramatic side. More on the dramatic side. I would not call that an action movie. It's also one of his best performances. And then he did Ants with a Z in 98. He did Get Carter in 2000, which was not great. Driven 2001, racing movie, not great. I See You 2002, I really liked that, but a great action movie it was not. It was a good drama whodunit. Avenging Angelo also, I liked it, but not a great action movie, 2002. I mean, he's pretty much done at that point until Rocky Balboa 2006. So we probably have to go... I mean, even Daylight wasn't it was more of a survivalist. I mean, there's not tons of explosions and shootouts. So we might have to go all the way back to Assassins 1995. The Specialist 94, like that. Demolition Man was 93. And then Cliffhanger 93. Cliffhanger was pretty legit. I mean, see, Cliffhanger and Daylight are very different films. I like Daylight. I saw that in the theater as well. I like Daylight. But it's just not this high-octane, incredible movie. Cliffhanger is. Demolition Man is. And a lot of people don't like The Specialist, but I like The Specialist, and I liked Assassins with Antonio Banderas. Now, Antonio, I can't really put him on the list either, because he's got Desperado and Assassins. I mean, that's pretty much it. And he's excellent. He's absolutely excellent. He had a lot of potential, too. He could have done a lot more there, too. The new Rambos are absolutely phenomenal, Lord Zed. If you haven't seen them. They are absolutely phenomenal. I like them better than Rambo 3. But, again, that's after the gap. He made those after the action movie died. And they kind of brought it back. I mean, especially the Rambo from, not the most recent one, which I was surprised at how good the most recent one was, but the one before that would have been 2008. I mean, it is absolutely spectacular. I mean, it's definitely, it holds up to, as an 80s and 90s movie. The problem is the action movie already died by that point. So we're not talking about revival movies that are just as good. We're talking about the last great one before it died. So we have to pretty much go to Assassins, I would say. either Assassins or Demolition Man for Stallone, which was 95 or 93. So we can give him the benefit of the doubt with Assassins, 95. So that would have been Stallone's last great action film. And it was still kind of espionage, spy movie-like. So, but if we give him the benefit of the doubt, I mean, and The Specialist was a little lackluster too, whereas Demolition Man I thought delivered, which would have been 93. So, but if we give him the benefit of the doubt, we can go Assassins 95. And now let's look at Arnold's last great action movie. Are we going to say Terminator 3? Some people hated Terminator 3. I don't know. Where are we going to put Arnold? So, if we don't do Terminator 3, which was 2003, Collateral Damage wasn't good enough. I liked it. It was good. The Sixth Day wasn't good enough. End of Days, he's playing with the horror vibe. I actually like that movie as well. But it doesn't pass the muster. Batman and Robin, I'm probably one of the only people that actually liked Arnold's performance as Mr. Freeze in Batman and Robin, but no. That, an action movie, it does not capture the glory of the 80s and 90s. Yeah, Con Air checks all the boxes. You are correct, Lord Zed. Con Air does check the boxes. Hold on. I mean, it doesn't have to be specifically Stallone or Arnold, so we'll get to it in a second. Eraser 96. Okay, so he had Junior 94. I would say Junior was the beginning of the end of Arnold's career, because True Lies was 94. We might have to go True Lies for Arnold's last great action. I mean, that had everything. I mean, it even had the Harrier jet. I mean, come on. True Lies is up there. Because he followed that up with Junior and then Eraser in 96. I like Eraser as well, but it just wasn't as good as, for example, True Lies. We might have to say True Lies was Arnold's last great movie. So that puts Arnold 1994 with True Lies, Assassins for Stallone in 95. Alright, let's do, Steven Seagal is trickier, because The Patriot with Seagal was just pure garbage. I mean, that's borderline unwatchable, and I say this as a huge Seagal fan. So, let's look. Belly of the Beast in 2003 was actually decent. I don't know if people have seen that one. Half Past Ticker was the beginning of the end for him in 2001. Exit Wounds 2001. The Patriot was 98. So basically his almost 3-year hiatus from 98 to 2001 was basically the beginning of the end for Seagal. Ticker was also complete trash. Ticker was 2001, Half Past Dead 2002. So I would say Fire Down Below was, because he did, I mean, Executive Decision, I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't seen that. He did Under Siege 2 in 95, followed up with Executive Decision and The Glimmer Man in 96. I thought The Glimmer Man holds up as well. I'm going to give him credit, as well as Fire Down Below. I know a lot of people don't like Fire Down Below 97. To me, that was almost as good as the others. So I would put Seagal, because then The Patriot, he fell off in 98, but then Exit Wounds I thought was damn good in 2001. So it's either going to be Fire Down Below 97 or Exit Wounds 2001 for Seagal. Now let's do Jean-Claude. Oh, Heracles in the house here, helping us out. Carla Lindsay in here. Yeah, Linda Hamilton was phenomenal. That is, a female action star done right, unlike all this, woke nonsense nowadays. Yeah, Linda Hamilton, I liked her more in the second one, but I mean, her acting, I mean, you know, she played the character well in the first one too. But Carla says, favorite action movie, Forbidden Kingdom. I mean, that's kind of pure, that's more pure martial arts. We're kind of focused on high octane, big explosion. I mean, martial arts too, but martial arts is secondary. The third Terminator was actually pretty good. How did Linda ruin it? I actually liked her even in Dark Fate. I thought Dark Fate was pretty underrated. I mean, they really went somewhere with Arnold's character that I thought they wouldn't go, which was interesting. I think, is there a director's cut of the third one? I might not have seen the theatrical cut of the third one. I might have only seen the director's cut, which is why I like it. Maybe the theatrical sucks. I don't know. So, okay, so right now we're basically drop in the comments in the chat what everyone thinks the last great action movie was. Yeah, Sigourney Weaver was pretty cool too in the Alien movies. Action heroines done right. Obviously, modern day Hollywood can't do anything right with male or female stars. But anyway, we have Stallone's last great movie. I would pick Assassins 95. Arnold, I would pick True Lies 94. And Seagal, you could either go with Fire Down Below 97 or Exit Wounds 2001. Yeah, the new Heracles, if you just got here, I was just talking about that with Lord Zed. We're pinpointing the death of the action movie because Rambo 2008 revived it after it was already dead, and Rambo was absolutely phenomenal, yes. And the new one was really good, too. So we're not talking about revival of the, you know, we were also talking how Bullet in the Head was really good with Jason Momoa and Stallone, which kind of gave hope to but then they squandered all that hope. But anyway, no Rush Hour, wow. Lord Zed wants to count Rush Hour. You know, I mean, it has the shootouts, the explosions, and the fight scenes, and it is quite a popcorn franchise. You know, I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. I would say no, just because it leans so much comedy. Like, Commando is hilarious, but it's not a comedy. It's an action movie first. Rush Hour was a comedy first. Yeah, Lord. Rush Hour is comedy action, not action comedy. It's centered more on the comedy. But for people who like Chris Tucker, I thought Chris Tucker was phenomenal in Money Talks as well. Rush Hour is not the best comedy trilogy of all time. Rush Hour 3 is the most bonkers Illuminati propaganda I've ever seen. What year was Die Hard 3? Hold on, I want to do let me do Van Damme first, but Die Hard with a Vengeance was 95. I'll put it on the list. I mean, that is definitely an action movie. That was pretty solid. Definitely a solid pick. Alright, let's see what's going on with Van Damme. What would we say is Van Damme's last great action movie? Wow, The Order was pretty terrible. Replicant was Derailed. I mean, Derailed in 2002? Can you say derailed career? Derailed Van Damme's career, because that was trash. Although, In Hell, the year after, 2003, actually was good. Ringo Lam movie. Van Damme in prison yet again. Death Warrant is obviously better. Wake of Death wasn't terrible either, but then Second in Command 2006 was just sheer garbage. I would say Inferno was pretty solid in 99, aka Desert Heat with Van Damme. That one was really good, and he has a great dramatic performance. Universal Soldier 2 The Return in 99 with Michael Jai White. I like that movie. Everybody hated that movie. I believe that was his last theatrical release, and I saw that in the theater as well. Legionnaire in 98 was really good. Knockoff, really good 98. Double Team with Dennis Rodman, I thought was incredibly entertaining as well. Dennis Rodman's another guy. He went on to do Simon Says or whatever, which was complete trash. But if he got better movies, like Dennis Rodman's another guy, he would have made a great action star. I mean, the guy's what, 6'7", 6'8"? He's got that larger than life thing going on. I mean, he is hilarious and charismatic, and he's got the larger than life thing going on in real life also. I mean, he would have been a great pick to be a good action star. Man on Fire is a drama. Okay, so we actually talked about Rush Hour 3 with Roman Polanski doing strip searches and all the weird stuff in Rush Hour 3. Not to mention, Rush Hour 3 is just painful to watch. I mean, it's such a terrible movie. I wasn't that big of a fan of Rush Hour 2 either. It was just riding on the coattails of 1. Alright, so what is everybody's pick for Van Damme's last great movie? Maximum Risk 96 is probably the last great one that everybody agrees on, or most Van Damme fans agree on. Because some people don't like Double Team in 97, but Double Team is a great action movie. Also, it's got all the explosions, it's got an island, it's got the spy stuff going on. I mean, Double Team, I would say Double Team's more entertaining than Rush Hour. Call me blasphemous. I mean, I don't know. I'm a big Jackie Chan fan, too, just not of Rush Hour. Jackie Chan himself doesn't like the Rush Hour movies either. Legionnaire might have been Van Damme's actually best dramatic performance. Legionnaire was phenomenal, 98. But I guess it wasn't really a big action movie, so we might have to go either Knockoff. We might have to go Knockoff, but Knockoff... So Knockoff might have been even a Hollywood-Hong Kong co-production. I mean, that was Sue Hark. Let's see. Is this Hollywood or Hong Kong? So, wow, yeah, it's a co-production. It's a co-production. Okay. So, yeah, maybe we can't even count Knockoff. So, what does everybody think of Universal Soldier: The Return? Van Damme, Michael Jai White, and Bill Goldberg was in the movie as well. Yeah, this is tough. Van Damme is tougher to nail down. I mean, Replicant was good in 2001, but The Order and Derailed were really bad. And then In Hell was good, but it was also more on the dramatic side, just like Wake of Death. And then he hasn't really done a big action movie since. JCVD was dramatic. The Eagle Path, which still hasn't been released, he's been working on that movie for over 10 years now. So, I mean, hopefully that'll be good. I mean, everything else he's made has been kind of lackluster. So, I don't know. What are we going to agree on here? We got Double Team. So we got Maximum Risk 96. I think everybody agrees that's a solid film. Double Team, there's more disagreement, 97. Knockoff 98. Legionnaire 99. Universal Soldier: The Return, or Legionnaire 98. Universal Soldier: The Return 99. And Inferno, aka Desert Heat 99. Replicant 2001. Replicant's also a little bit, it's got the sci-fi vibe. Okay, and Inferno also wasn't action enough. It's like a dramatic western. So Universal Soldier: The Return, I mean, that had jet ski shootout fights. I might have to go with Universal Soldier: The Return, even though everybody hates that movie, so I don't know. Are we going to go all the way back to Double Team 97 or Maximum Risk 96? What does everybody think? Yeah, the new Kickboxers were good too. I liked them, but again, they're more resurgence type movies. I think part of the reason we like them is because they're not horrible. But I mean, wouldn't you rather watch the original Kickboxer? I mean, you know what, Lord said? I haven't seen RoboCop 2014. So I will put that on the list. All right, well, okay. What does everybody think of Van Damme's last great movie? Some people that hate Maxim, they might even go all the way back to Time Cop 94. Even though I think that's blasphemous. I think Street Fighter 1994 is one of the greatest movies of all time. How's that for a mind shock for you guys? Jean-Claude Van Damme, the Frenchman, playing the American hero Guile in the 1994 Street Fighter movie, in my opinion, is one of the greatest movies of all time. I mean, I don't know how much coke they were all on, but the movie, in my opinion, is highly entertaining. And of course, Raul Julia, I mean, phenomenal. I mean, I don't know why people hate on that movie. If you're watching the movie for entertainment value, I mean, oh man, I mean, come on. Who wants to go home? Who wants to go with me? And let's go take these speedboats to Bison's Thailand fortress or whatever. I mean, I think that's one of the greatest movies of all time. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. But I mean, can you imagine, like, the sheer like, let's just talk entertainment value of Street Fighter the movie 1994. Like, how is that not a fun movie? Like, people love to hate it, but it's so much fun. It's like a larger-than-life, crazy popcorn movie with everybody coked to the gills. I mean, it's just entertainment. I mean, you want Hollywood entertainment, that's Hollywood entertainment. You got a Frenchman with a thick accent playing Guile and giving these motivational speeches. I mean, it's just such an incredible movie. I mean, obviously it could have been better, but it was just so cool, especially if you were young enough to enjoy the Street Fighter video game and then to watch the movie after the video game. I actually thought Mortal Kombat was a cool movie too. I mean, look at the trash coming out now based on video games and movies, and tell me Street Fighter 1994 is not a better movie. I mean, look at the pure garbage coming out now. It's not even entertaining. I mean, it's literally just CGI crap. I mean, there's barely any coherency to most of the video game and comic book movies coming out now. Okay, so do we have a definitive last great Van Damme movie? I'm going to go with Double Team 97. I'll cut it in the middle. Okay, what was the last great Chuck Norris movie? This might be even tougher to nail down. I hate to say this. I mean, this is blasphemy, but I haven't even seen Chuck's last feature film, The Cutter, which he did in 2005. I haven't seen it. I don't think I watched Bells of Innocence either. That was 2003. Check out the plotline of Bells of Innocence. Chuck Norris ventures into the West to stop a horde of ghosts in their deadly path. I mean, if that's not a winning tagline, I don't know what is. I am actually mind shocked I haven't seen this movie yet. So that was 2003, so he would have already been, I don't know, his late 50s or something by then. He did The President's Man in 2000, which I saw. That was pretty terrible. I hate to say a bad word about Chuck. Actually, Forest Warrior 96 was kind of bad as well. Logan's War Bound by Honor was pretty cool. That was 98. Top Dog 95. And then, we have to go all the way back to Hellbound. We might have to say Hellbound 1994. Who remembers his character's name? I mean, this has got to be one of the greatest names of all time. Bells of Innocence, I Am Iron's Cat. How dare you not know? How dare you not have Chuck Norris's filmography committed to memory? How dare you? I mean, is anybody actually this brazen to show their face in chat without having Chuck Norris's filmography committed to memory? What is going on in the MindShock chat? Desert Heat was 2001, yeah. It just wasn't a big enough action movie for me, Lord Zed. I enjoyed it tremendously, but I don't think it was big enough. I accept your apology, Lions Cat, but don't you ever disrespect Chuck Norris like that again. Jamie Barbario says, did anybody mention the Unleashed yet? That's the one starring Jet Li. That was not a Hollywood movie. I believe that was a French movie, actually. Or at least a French co-production. That was pretty good. That was probably Jet Li's last solid movie, because then he did a couple years of garbage, and then he came back with Fearless, which was really good. Yeah, Desert Heat was like it was a cool western. It was like a cool western, like a modern western. I need to watch it again. I haven't watched it in a while, but I've watched that movie a number of times around the time it came out, and I was thoroughly entertained. Danny Trejo's in that as well, but isn't he in everything? Okay, so for Chuck Norris, we're going Hellbound. Does anybody remember his character's name? I forgot, but his name was Frank Shatter. His name was Shatter, Mr. Shatter. They should have made the tagline when the shat hits the fan. Oh, man. Check out the tagline for... Everybody's seen Hellbound, right? Chuck Norris's 1994 movie. That used to be on TV all the time in the 90s as well. I've seen that movie more times than I care to admit. Two Chicago cops investigate a murder until they encounter an ancient demon. I think most of the movie takes place in Jerusalem as well. So are we going Hellbound for Norris? Norris's last good movie, like really solid movie. All right, let's go. What's Dolph Lundgren's last powerhouse movie? Man, he made a lot of movies in the last 20 years. Mostly garbage. Kindergarten Cop 2. Anybody see that with Dolph Lundgren? I'd probably be too scared to watch that. Swordfish was a phenomenal film. I wouldn't call that a big-time popcorn action movie, though. John Carpenter's Vampires was an excellent vampire movie. That's a great vampire movie. Okay, let's see. Dolph Lundgren. Bridge of Dragons was pretty cool, 99. Sweepers wasn't great, 98. Dominion, 98. Blackjack, 98 was pretty solid. Who here hasn't seen Dolph Lundgren? A lot of people don't know. John Woo directed Dolph Lundgren in Blackjack, 1998. It was a pretty solid movie. It was lower budget than it should have been, but it was good. He did The Peacekeeper before that, which was trash, but Silent Trigger 96 was pretty good. Hidden Assassin was kind of bad in 95, and then he was in Johnny Mnemonic 95, Men of War 94. Pentathlon was kind of weak 94. Joshua Tree was pretty good 93. He did Universal Soldier 92. I'll give him Blackjack 98. I'll give Lundgren Blackjack 98. You know, rated on a curve because, you know, Dolph Lundgren's kind of like second tier, no disrespect, but compared to the heavy hitters. So we have basically a tie between Van Damme's Double Team and Seagal's Fire Down Below 97 for 1997 being the last year of great action. Anybody else want to throw any movies in the mix here? And then I will reveal which movie killed the action genre. Was that a recent one where it's Lundgren and Van Damme in a submarine? What's the name of that? Is that Blackwater? Yeah, that's Blackwater. I haven't watched that either. 2018. Looks like trash. Alright, so... yeah, it's 2018. It looks like complete garbage. Okay. That doesn't mean it's not entertaining. Alright, so who's picking... who's picking... Supposedly Van Damme was pretty good in Enemies Closer as the bad guy, but I actually couldn't get through that movie. I started watching it, and Van Damme's character is cool, but the rest of the movie is so terrible. It is so terrible. Or did I confuse that with Swelter? Wait, I don't even know. Like around 2013, I kind of stopped. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I kind of stopped watching Van Damme movies. I have to watch The Bouncer, though. Supposedly, The Bouncer from a number of years back, that might have also been around 2018, is supposedly pretty good. Actually, have you guys seen the trailer for Bloodsport 2? Alright, I gotta put this up on the screen, because this is amazing. This is better than all of Van Damme's recent movies combined. We're probably going to get copyright hit, but it's worth it. It's worth it for this one. One second. I'll have it up in 1 second. "1979 The Warriors." Yeah, kinda, but that's 79, so clearly there were a lot of great movies after that. The Warriors is cool. I like the vibe. Like, that's another thing, too. Like, modern movies, they just can't capture those vibes that, well, Warriors was 79, but, you know, even 70s, 80s, 90s movies, they just have phenomenal vibes and atmospheres. It's like, atmosphere has been forsaken for CGI. Alright, get ready. This is going to be the best trailer anybody's ever seen. This is probably the greatest movie trailer in the history of modern movie trailers. If you haven't checked out the podcast on the greatest movie trailer of all time, not just modern, check it out. Spoiler alert, it's Bruce Lee fights back from the grave. Alright, here we go. Hope you guys are sitting down.
There's this tournament. It's a big tournament. I'm retired.
47 years later, we're still talking about him. So why do you think he's been able to stand the test of time?
He's a man of honor. Respectable.
They themselves just bullshitted everything and moved everything around, and only the strong survive.
I happen to know for a fact that Dukes is telling the truth.
24 years. Why? No next. Who is the next? Nobody.
They've been asking me the same question for the last 25 years.
Shidoshi?
I have poured all my knowledge into you. When you fight, my spirit fight with you.
I start to believe in destiny more than anything else.
So this is going to be our best shot. So I can show Hollywood that there's hope. I cannot lose the fight. I'm a champion. I will not lose this fight.
They should have really made that movie. How good of a trailer was that? They should have really made the movie. Let's see what year that trailer came out. So, wow, they made that trailer 2 years ago, so pretty recent. So, they are making The Last Kumite, another movie with Bolo Young's son, but Van Damme declined. Oh, I don't know if they even asked him to be in it. But they have a lot of old action stars in it, like Billy Blanks. We forgot Billy Blanks. Billy Blanks was awesome. Late 80s, early 90s. Yeah, no, that was a fan trailer. They should have really made it, though. Would have been cool. Yeah, Bolo's awesome. So, okay, so do we have a consensus here on the last great action movie? It's tough. So Arnold's is True Lies 94. Stallone is Assassins 95. Seagal's either 97, Fire Down Below, or Exit Wounds 2001. If we go with Exit Wounds 2001, I mean, that would be generous, but we could. Then we have, so The Matrix was 99, which kind of almost transformed the genre. But I think we're ready. I think everybody's ready for me to actually reveal what destroyed 80s and 90s action movies. Are we all ready? I think everybody's ready. I'll put it up on the screen in a second. This movie single-handedly destroyed the entire popcorn action movie genre. I don't know how many of you are going to be surprised. I don't know how many of you will think I'm blaspheming. But here it is. The Bourne Identity. (2002). So the reason The Bourne Identity destroyed the action movie. Now, it was partially The Matrix as well. Because The Matrix shift into sci-fi and CGI was kind of like the beginning of the end. And then The Bourne Identity was the nail in the coffin. So between Matrix 99 and Bourne Identity 2002, this was the massive decline. And of course, all the other guys kind of got old. Not that there's a specific age limit, but The Bourne Identity. So you have Matt Damon, who is by no means a larger-than-life action star. Because this is also connected to the other reasons. So I was going to give the movie that spelled the beginning and the end, and then the other main reason is widespread internet, social media, and the ability to interact with a lot of the actors, although that doesn't immediately mean, beginning of the end. Let's look at The Undertaker, who never broke character until the past few years. So post social media, The Undertaker of the WWE or WWF, however you want to call it, he still didn't break character. So it's not that it was impossible post social media, but these are all the ingredients. These are all the main factors. When you have a guy like Matt Damon, a non-action movie star, the other big shift was in the camera work for the action scenes in Bourne Identity. It kind of shifted to this military grade and super shaky camera work where everything zoomed in, you can't see what's going on, and it's very confusing. Which on one hand is kind of cool because it's almost like you got thrown into the action. But on the other hand, now you don't actually need these larger-than-life guys to do any of the action. Because you have CG, and then you can just do these shaky camera work where you don't actually need Matt Damon to know what he's doing. Now, I'm sure he trained whatever he trained for the role, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, the believability is not there. Matt Damon is not a super powerhouse. Although, in the last Bourne movie, he did get really, really jacked. And I would say he had a chance if he looked like he did in Bourne 4, in Jason Bourne, as he did in the first Bourne Identity, he maybe could have made it work a little bit, but that's not what happened. Because in the first Bourne Identity, he's not jacked at all. He's an everyman. He's Joe Schmo down the street. Now, I'm not going to accuse him of being in the cesspool of soy, because that's still 2002. I'm not saying he was high in soy, although maybe he is, I don't know. But, like the other guys. But the camera work and the CG basically rendered the real action movie star obsolete. That's what happened. Hello, Cammy. We were just talking about how awesome Street Fighter 1994, the movie, was. Cammy was kind of awesome in that movie, too. You have an Australian playing Cammy and a Belgian French guy playing Guile. It's hilarious. But anyway. Yeah, actually, that's a good point, Jamie Barbario. That's actually a good point, too, even though it came out later. Yeah, I mean, Transformers plus all the comic book superhero movies, I mean, those were just the final nails in the coffin. But even if those never came out, as soon as Bourne came out, see, Matrix by itself was not the beginning of the end. It was the beginning of the end in terms of non-CG movies. But if Bourne Identity hadn't come out, because what is the aftermath of Bourne Identity? Now, to be clear, I like Bourne Identity. I think it's an excellent spy movie. I think it's excellent. I like all of them. Okay? I haven't watched the series, though. I like all of the Bourne Identity movies, but they killed the genre because they rendered the larger-than-life movie hero obsolete. Now, it didn't help that all these big stars kind of got really old, and the budgets got smaller because those movies just weren't in anymore, because you can have any everyday guy like Matt Damon. I mean, just look at these soy goofs here. You could have any of these guys, whether they're jacked, whether they're not jacked, whatever. You can basically have anybody be an action star now. So it lost literally all of its larger-than-life appeal. Similarly, not unlike pro wrestling, right? Because when they took it wasn't just the anti-steroid stance. Obviously, some of the guys are still juiced. But when all of these guys look like normal guys off the street, I mean, you're watching movies for entertainment and escapism. You know, watching guys, average goofs off the street, like, you know, all these soy boys and metrosexual cross-dressers, I mean, you know, there's just, that's not real entertainment value for the people that enjoyed the heyday of action movies. Yeah, The Matrix, I mean, it was Matrix it was The Matrix and The Bourne Identity. So The Matrix kind of sort of spelled doom. It could have still been saved, but as soon as Bourne Identity came out, there was no going back, because now you can have any guy off the street with the CG and the super close-up shaky camera work to make it look like they know what they're doing. It's over. I mean, it's completely over. And then obviously the woke mind virus and the woke agenda, you know, they wove that into superhero movies and all big budget movies. So then there was no, though the older guys like Stallone can still make good movies, but he's not necessarily going to be getting the biggest budgets. I mean, Expendables was kind of cool. It was a good throwback, you know. It was like the last hurrah, so to speak, for the old style action movies, and they still weren't that good. They threw in too much new blood, And, you know, these young people, they should have just stuck to the older guys. It would have been better. Like in the first Expendables, for the most part. So that's my take, you know, from the CGI of the Matrix and everything that came after to rendering larger than life stars obsolete to social media. Because look at these guys. Look at the screen right now. These scrawny soy goofs. I mean, Jason Statham's probably the only guy that can maybe have done a decent job. But he just did. It was also budgets. Like, the budget, it just wasn't in anymore. Like, the Transporter movies were okay, but they don't compare to the old Arnold, Stallones, Van Damme, Seagals. Because Jason Statham, like, he's not even a real martial artist. He did, like, McDojo stuff when he was a kid. And then he just trained specifically for the Transporter. Matthew Knight. I actually picked True Lies as Arnold's last great action movie. In terms of entertainment value. I mean, it had all the explosions, the one-liners, the fun. But here's the other issue, is outside of the movie, like, these guys are all goofs. I mean, Keanu Reeves is probably pretty cool, but he's this scrawny guy. He's not an Arnold, a Stallone, a Van Damme. Like, Seagal was never jacked, but, you know, he might have actually been in the CIA. I'll be doing a extensive Steven Seagal podcast series shortly. Almost done prepping that. Whether he was or wasn't in the CIA, he had that mystery, that allure. I mean, he kind of still does. I mean, he's training Alex Pereira now. Like, what is going on? He still kind of sort of has that mystique. What mystique does Chris Evans have? What mystique does Tom Holland have? What mystique does John Cena have? These guys are goofs. Nobody's going to believe that they can take on, you know, multiple opponents at the same time. How dare you, Phoenix 2181. Last Action Hero was a phenomenal film. How dare you, blasphemers. We got some blasphemers in the chat. Cammy liked Kill Bill Volume 2. The reason I don't include the Kill Bills is because Tarantino's a hack, and he just copied it literally shot for shot. He got sued for a lot of movies, so we went over this on, I think, Maxwell Power's greatest movies of all time list. With Maxwell and JR, we went over how Tarantino's a complete hack. Jamie says, I think Enemy of the State, that's one of my favorite Will Smith movies, and movies in general, because the just how it predicted everything. Enemy of the State is underrated as all heck. Training Day was pretty solid too. Both of them are more dramas than action movies, though. Like, when I say action movie, I mean big action. Explosions and shootouts all over the place. There's, you know, there's primarily action movies, and then there's dramas with action. I mean, Tom Holland looks like Kristen Stewart half the time. I mean, look at the image on the screen right now. I mean, he's short. He's got a lot of soy. I mean, there's just nothing. There's no mystique. There's no larger-than-life superhero character. I mean, he's got witty one-liners. That's all he's got. And he's got the CG. That's it, the CGI. That does not make a legit action movie hero. And those days are now gone. And as Lord Zed pointed out, Jason Momoa was probably the last great hope. Because Bullet in the Head, like, he came on the action movie scene hard with that. You know, from Baywatch Hawaii to co-starring with Stallone. So that's my take. That's all I got for you guys. From The Matrix to Bourne Identity and social media and the woke mind virus that Hollywood is pushing as the Whore of Babylon. If you haven't checked out the greatest conspiracy song, Californication, where I postulate, I'll be doing a part 2 because that stream got cut off for policy violations. I appealed them, and apparently it worked. The stream's back up, but it's still hit with copyright for some reason, so there's, I don't know, multiple violations, whatever. But yeah, part 2 will be coming where I will examine the Red Hot Chili Peppers more. But that's pretty much what happened. And the fallout is, back in the 80s and 90s, there was also a certain optimism that doesn't quite exist post-2001. And definitely not post, 2012 was the huge shift. So, between the masculinity, the clear sign of good and evil, fighting statism, like with all the woke nonsense, I mean, there's so much statist propaganda in Hollywood movies, whereas in the 80s and 90s they were anti-commie, anti-statist. But now everything's like pro-commie, pro-socialist propaganda in all the movies. So all of these huge shifts all play a role because it's almost like there's no room for the larger-than-life action star. Yeah, I'll be doing another podcast on Asian action movies. Yeah, the Police Story series is absolutely phenomenal. If you haven't checked out Dragons Forever, that was Jackie Chan, Sammo Hung, and Biao, the three brothers film. Dragons Forever was, I can comfortably say, without thinking about it too much, that Dragons Forever, it was either 87 or 88. Is that 88, maybe? I think that's actually out on 4K Blu-ray. Dragons Forever was 88. That was the last great Hong Kong action film. I mean, there were some really good ones after, but that was the pinnacle, in my opinion. The fight scenes were just absolutely phenomenal in that movie. For gunplay films, Hard Boiled was probably the pinnacle. John Woo, Chow Yun-fat. I don't think any movie has captured shootouts better than Hard Boiled. But that's a topic for another podcast. Here we're discussing the Hollywood larger-than-life action stars. Yeah, I mean, Momoa's still not that old, but if he keeps doing those Disney comic book movies, I mean, they should do Bullet in the Head too. I mean, they should have made... Momoa needs some kind of, like, gritty, hardcore action franchise. And not a reboot like Lethal Weapon. I think they're actually doing one more Lethal Weapon as well. I mean, that's the other issue. They're kind of trying to recapture old glory when in the 80s and 90s, they were original movies. Like, they were starting franchises, not rebooting them. That's another component we didn't really touch upon, which also, I believe, is very critical to the decline of action movies. And I blame, even Jason Statham. I'm putting the blame on him. He could have got more jacked. He could have made better selections in his movies. He could have demanded more fight scene shootout-centered hardcore action movies. Plenty of guys around to make that happen. Because even Extraction falls flat because it doesn't have the larger... Because Hemsworth doesn't have the larger-than-life star power. He doesn't have the charisma. So even though the action is pretty good, the shootout, that's the other thing too, they substituted the raw charisma for technical aspects, for smoother camera work, for fancier camera work, and more CGI. Tony Jaa, going outside of Hollywood, Tony Jaa with Ong Bak in 2000, was that 2003 maybe? 2003, 2004? That was 2004, I believe. Or was it 2003? 2003. It was 2003. It might have taken a year to get stateside, but I was actually at that premiere in LA, actually, for Ong Bak. Tony Jaa did some cool demos. So, yeah, he probably was the last shot at rebooting. And then also you have the Fast and the Furious films, which, the first, second, and third one were kind of car movies. And then they moved into the action franchise. So they kind of took the place. So it's basically satire at this point. They took the place of legit action movies. So it's almost like there's no room for legit action movies anymore. I was never a Michael Keaton fan. I always thought Keaton was very dry, kind of like Costner, although I prefer to Costner over Keaton. I mean, here's the one thing I will say. Basically, Tom Cruise is very interesting. I'm also going to be doing a dedicated Tom Cruise podcast with all of the Scientology and Illuminati aspects. But Tom Cruise is interesting because he's like the last great Hollywood star. Not specifically an action star, although he did some big action movies. And even some recent ones that were kind of underrated, like Night and Day. I mean, I'm not a big Cameron Diaz fan, but that movie was decent. And so Tom Cruise with his Mission Impossible franchise, that's probably the last great franchise that's still going, I would say. Because it's based on practical effects, not CGI. And Tom Cruise does have a certain amount of star power. The problem is he's not this larger-than-life action star. See, the guy that played Jack Reacher in the Jack Reacher series, obviously Tom Cruise played Jack Reacher as well. That guy, I forgot his name, he could have possibly started, resurging the action movie franchise, but the problem is, I don't know if he's woke or whatever, but he's just not gritty enough. He's almost like an intentionally neutered version of an action movie star. Like, can you imagine how bland the Jack Reacher TV actor would be if that came out in the 80s? He's just not that exciting. Like, where's the charisma and the star power? Like, Arnold, Stallone, and Van Damme would run circles around a guy like that. Cammy, from a dramatic point of view, I totally understand that. I like his older movies, too, from a dramatic acting point of view. But from an action point of view, he actually does the stunts himself for the most part, and their practical effects. He doesn't lean on CGI. I'm sure there's a bunch of... I don't know if they're claiming there's no CGI. Obviously there is. But he's still really doing the stunt. Yeah, the guy from Amazon. But, the guy, he just doesn't have star power. He's got a little bit of charisma, but again, can you imagine if that series came out in the 80s? Nobody would even watch it. Nobody would bat an eye. It's just not exciting. Like, there's no excitement factor. There's also a certain level of danger. There's one more component that I missed, which you just reminded me of. Like, when Stallone and Arnold and Van Damme are jumping from explosions and doing all these big stunts, they're literally risking their life, and this is pre-CGI. Obviously they had projection effects and stuff, but most of the time they didn't use them. They really blew stuff up. Now they don't. So that element of danger, like, it really helped with the willing suspension of disbelief. Tom Cruise got legit. Like, he actually put in the work. Like, I have to respect Tom Cruise. The guy who's a multimillionaire, he has nothing to gain and everything to lose from doing these stunts himself. Like, he is legit now. He definitely wasn't before. Like, he wasn't legit in Mission Impossible 1. I didn't really buy those fight scenes in Mission Impossible 1 either. But I would say for Mission Impossible 2, by Mission Impossible 2, he got really serious. Like, the Mission Impossible 2 fight scenes, I buy those. Mission Impossible 2 and onward. But any Mission Impossible 1 and prior, I don't buy any Tom Cruise fight scenes before then. But he put in the work. He put in the work. Kind of like Keanu did. I don't buy Keanu's fight scenes either. But his tactical training with firearms is pretty legit if you watch the behind the scenes. Like, Keanu can actually do those SWAT courses and the Special Forces courses. He actually can get really good times and high marks in those courses. Yeah, Tom Cruise isn't larger than life. He is not. Yeah, but to be fair, there are some legit CIA agents who are 5'7" who can totally wreck a lot of guys at the same time. So, yeah, no, as far as larger than life action stars, Tom Cruise doesn't quite cut it, but he's the last one maintaining a legit action movie franchise. Like, for example, Fast and Furious is not a legit action movie franchise, just for comparison. There is literally no other. I mean, even the Expendables fell off with the last entry. It was just garbage. So the Mission Impossible movies, the last Mission Impossible had one of the best train sequences I've ever seen. I mean, he really ups the ante. Like, he gets the excitement going in the set pieces, not due to himself, because, again, he himself is not a major... He's not a major action... He's not a larger-than-life action movie star. But the movies are legit action movies based on the action set pieces. So... yeah, I mean, and he captures a lot of it wide. I mean, he's really carrying the torch. Even though Top Gun Maverick wasn't even specifically an action movie, it kind of was. I mean, it didn't really have, big shootouts and gunfight, but it did have, dogfights in the sky. So it was pretty cool. He's carrying the torch. I mean, when Tom Cruise retires, it's going to be all over. There's literally nobody left. All these guys sold out. So unless some new people come up, because even the technical guys with the martial arts, like the team for Extraction is pretty good, and the John Wick teams, they're good, but those movies just don't have the excitement, the larger-than-life excitement factor. The closest would be the Tom Cruise Mission Impossible movies, and again, you're not getting excited because of Tom Cruise, you're getting excited for the set pieces in the movie. Yeah, I was not really impressed with Myers. Lord Zed mentioned Jonathan Rhys-Meyers. I mean, they have to have off-the-charts charisma. Like, there's something about Arnold. I guess you could say it's correlated to testosterone levels, possibly. And they've been plummeting. So even guys like The Rock and John Cena, who are juiced to the gills, they're just goofs in terms of personality. I mean, these guys are goofs. Like, you can't respect a goof as an action movie star. I mean, even Chris Evans is less of a goof than John Cena or The Rock. But he doesn't have, he doesn't have real charisma, star power either. I mean, I actually liked his performances in the Captain America movies, in the Marvel movies, but again, he's not a legit larger-than-life action movie star, and those movies are all CG. There's no real element of risk, which drops the excitement factor exponentially. So, that's all we got. I mean, the John Wick movies are cool, but again, it's all technical, and it's almost like there's no real soul driving the excitement. Whereas the 80s and 90s action movies, there's something very real about them, not digital. I mean, obviously, the fact that they were literally shot on analog film helps. But, I mean, you could replicate that with modern movies. I think the digital look also is responsible for taking people out of the movie. Because, I mean, call me crazy, but it's just a lot easier to get lost in a movie shot organically on film than it is in a movie shot digitally with CGI. Although I will say 300 is probably the best digital movie that you could maybe get lost in, but that's about it. Heracles says, I have some faith in the red-pilled young kids coming up. It may be a few more years before the pendulum swings back, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think we might be due for another reset, and we're going back to scratch, so the movie industry won't be restarted for another century. But maybe when it is, it'll be another good cycle. So, so that's it for now. I will actually be back later tonight for our live Q&A, where I hope everybody watches the game to get caught up. We'll be talking the game and plenty more in about 90 minutes or so. So hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast and going over the death of the action movie. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Make sure you subscribe. Hit that bell for notifications. If you're not getting notifications, just like and comment on more videos. Or you can just go to youtube.com/MindShock. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Pierce McGuire. And today we are unveiling hundreds upon hundreds of hours of research, deducing the main catalyst for the decline of Western civilization. No small undertaking, literally decades in the making. If you want to help support the podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. If you're not getting updates through YouTube, you could even sign up for the free tier on Patreon, and you should be able to get all your updates through there. You could also help support the podcast by becoming a YouTube member right here on YouTube. We got some exclusive member content coming in the near future. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Alright, who's ready for this? Are we just going to hit the ground running right away with the big reveal? Or should we see if anybody in the chat can guess if they came up with the same catalyst as yours truly? Welcome everyone here. Vlad B, Lord Zed, South to West, Adam, Heracles, BB, Truth Trollette. Anybody want to take some guesses in the chat before I do the big reveal? Obviously. Supported by so many receipts. If you haven't checked out the Steven Seagal series, see how receipts can drown haters. I mean, we got some serious receipts. We got receipts analyzing hundreds of thousands of data points here. Heracles says, I'm going to guess smartphones. That's a pretty good one. Now, keep in mind, this is an umbrella. So this is a catalyst in terms of what set everything else in motion and opened the door. So, obviously, smartphones, social media, TikTok, brain rot, all that stuff is a factor, but not a catalyst. I would argue the catalyst was set in motion before all of this. Heracles says, I believe Western civilization was doomed in the 1500s. I should have said modern Western civilization. Like, let's say the past half century or so. BB says the reptilians. That's a good one. That's a good one. You know what? The reptilians might be behind the catalyst. The interdimensional reptilian shapeshifters. If you haven't checked out that series on MINDSHOCK, check that out. The most comprehensive analysis on that theory. Now, this is the catalyst itself, not necessarily the reason, like, not necessarily what caused the catalyst or what's behind the catalyst. I was after what is the actual catalyst, not who set the catalyst in motion or who was behind it, if there were string pullers behind it. Which I think there were. I definitely think there were, but I'm not sure. I think it was also happening. You know, how much of it was happening organically versus string pullers? That'll be an interesting dissection later on. But I don't think we can fully attribute this to string pullers. Heracles says postmodernism is the modern West's downfall. I mean, in what context? So postmodernism can refer, I mean, you're talking architecturally, philosophically. I mean, how are we going to break this down? Postmodernism. How can we break down postmodernism? I mean, a lot of people just define it kind of as a word, as more of a like a world view beyond, I guess, boomers. I mean, would that be one way of defining it? Actually, you know what? Let me just look it up on dictionary.com. I've seen it defined so many different ways in so many different contexts. I mean, it wouldn't be a catalyst anyway. It's, So dictionary.com refers to postmodernism as any number of trends or movements in the arts and literature developing in the 70s in reaction to or rejection of the dogma, principles, or practices of established modernism, especially a movement in architecture and decorative arts running counter the practice and influence of the international style and encouraging the use of elements from historical vernacular styles and often playful illusion, decoration, and complexity. Now it comes to, like, how are we going to define modernism? Oh, man. You know what this kind of reminds me? Okay, I got to play the scene of what this reminds me of. Got a little bit of lag here, but yeah, I'm going to play this scene. I think people are probably going to guess the scene, but... Rodney Thomas says, Carol Quigley said the events of 1914 to 1945 were to blame. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no because I think 1972 was the pinnacle year of modern wealth, with children out earning their parents, and this was obviously, you know, the gold standard being removed and then inflation getting out of control. So 72 was actually the last great year. Everything slowly started going downhill with inflation and otherwise from there. Jobs, everything. So I'm going to disagree with the world wars, although that was a heavy impact, but America came out economically quite well. People were living the American dream post-World War II. I mean, those that survived, obviously. Post-World War II, I mean, you know, you could average salary, get a nice house, you could have 2 to 4 kids, a car, everything owned, 2 vacations per year, live comfortably, just the father working. I mean, I've talked about how feminism has destroyed everything, but I think it was survivable. I have a different catalyst. Now, the ideology of feminism, obviously, I mean, that's definitely a pick. If you're talking about ideologies, if you can only pick one ideology. My catalyst is a non-ideological catalyst. BB said, we had to read a book on postmodernism at my graduate program at an indoctrination facility. It made 0 sense. Well, if we're looking at it through the lens of, let's say, Christian values of modernism in the world of, let's say, America, first world countries of the West, Britain, America, postmodernism would be rejection of the modernism. That's one way to define all of that. I mean, I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible because, I mean, there's so many different definitions, and you could... I mean, it's just wild. I mean, and that might all be by design to just confuse all of this and the feeling. I mean, if you wanted to define postmodernism in a funny way, feelings over facts. Would that be a good way? Flat Bob says, if not the internet, then I would say mainstream media. Oh, let me play this scene. So this is the scene that reminds me of trying to nail down a single coherent, succinct, basic definition of postmodernism. Fair use, obviously. This is all fair use all the time here on MindShock. All fair use all the time.
To clean, no, wash. Here it is. To conceal the source of money as by channeling it through an intermediary. To conceal the source of money.
Doesn't really help us, Michael.
I can't believe what a bunch of nerds we are. We're looking up money laundering in a dictionary.
Yeah, well, you guys can both eat my ass, okay? To clean, no, wash. Here it is. To conceal the source of money as by channeling it through an intermediary. To conceal the source of money.
Doesn't really help us, Michael.
I can't.
Anyway, that's what reminded me of the definition of postmodernism. Okay. All right. So, Lord Zed says, when Terminator went to Arnold instead of OJ, maybe OJ would have gone another route and Kardashians not created. That's a very interesting theory, Lord Zed. I have not heard that one before, I have to say. I have not heard it. Okay, you guys ready? You want me to just do the big reveal here? Or does anybody want to go through a couple more guesses? How do you guys want to play this? I want to keep this one kind of short, so maybe we should. Okay, Flap Bob says fire away. So here it is. Matari Sensei says feminism. Yeah, in terms of ideologies, yeah, that one's kind of tough because if we utilize deductive reasoning out of all of the ideologies, if we simply removed feminism, I mean, you'd have strong families. I mean, that would affect the economy. You would have half as or even less of many people working, so there'd be a lot more jobs. They could pay more. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough to pick an ideology over that one, but I'm gonna use a in terms of like an ideology like feminism or even say Zionism. Some of these ideologies I think could be defeated if not for this catalyst. Flap Bob says it was when Steven Seagal stopped making movies. It has to be that. Oh man, that's a good one. Well, supposedly he's making Above the Law too, which would be phenomenal. Heracles says, sorry, Bruce, I stepped away. I meant the rejection of beauty and merit. What I'm going to say is tangentially related, sort of. I don't want to say it's rejection of beauty and merit adjacent, but it's like adjacent to adjacent to adjacent several blocks over, but within the same general area. Matari Sensei says nihilism, also sort of related, but that's kind of like a I would say that's more philosophically based. Matari Sensei says relativism. Yeah, this is non-philosophical. So, Although, I mean, I'm sure you could make arguments of overlap, but let's just go right into it. So, I'm going to utilize, obviously, in literature, photography, the arts in general, music, all of this will reflect the catalyst I'm about to reveal here. I know everybody's waiting with bated breath. I'm going to focus on movies, just because movies are popular, and I think it'll make the point better than anything else, and just so obviously so. So here it is, folks. I hope everybody's sitting down for this. Drum roll, please. Here's my big reveal. So, when Western civilization, when Western culture ceased to embrace cheesiness or sentimentality, once cheesiness and sentimentality started being seen as negative or bad and something to shy away from or made fun of, in elementary schools and middle schools and high schools, when certain people or ideas or actions started being chastised, oh, that's cheesy or corny. Cheesy and corny. That was the beginning of the end. Now, for people that are still with me, I'm about to drown any of the critics and receipts here, because I'm going to provide several 100,000 data points to prove this in a moment. But let's see what the reactions are before I bring about the receipts. Lord Zed says, when Leonardo DiCaprio got What's Eating Gilbert Grape over Corey Feldman. I mean, just look at how civilization looked like when everybody was being entertained shamelessly by the cheese. I mean, just look at this level of cheese. By the way, that's Sasha Mitchell in the background there from Kickboxer 2, The Road Back, Kickboxer 3, The Art of War, Kickboxer 4, The Aggressor, one of my favorites, by the way, all non-canon. People forgot about those flicks, didn't they? But the great Sasha Mitchell there in the background. But just look at the cheese. Look at the cheesy smiles. The cheesy, unapologetic storylines, week in, week out, fully absorbed and enjoyed by the masses without being made fun of. Oh, you like it? You like something that's cheesy or corny. As soon as the negativity started to creep in, as soon as people started making fun of things that were cheesy and corny, that was the catalyst. That spelled the beginning of the end. I defy anyone to contradict or debunk what I've just put forward. And I await eagerly for that debunk, and then I will present receipts with hundreds of thousands of data points. Well, BB, it's not just about movies or TV shows. So, for example, I mean, even taking a picture with a Polaroid, like you make a big cheesy smile. I mean, people still kind of do that. But look at how many hipsters or edgelords, like the rise of grunge, like it was cool to be bad in quotations. Like it was cool to be dangerous or non-cheesy. Matari Sensei says, I would actually agree, although I would phrase it more as the degradation of innocence. That's actually very interesting. So degeneracy in general, yeah, that's a huge problem, and I talked about that. That brought about, yeah, like I mentioned the show 90210 and Friends. Although those shows were kind of cheesy, they advocated for degeneracy. So there were multiple things going on in parallel. So the moral degradation and degeneration That's definitely a factor. That's a huge factor. But I would argue that some of these happen in parallel. But what I'm about to expand upon here is with the negative outlook, with people making fun and mocking genuine human emotion, just mocking people being happy. You know, just mocking sentimentality itself. Like, look how many basic movies were made throughout the 90s, or at least the beginning of the 90s, where they were so basic in plot. Good guy, bad guy, inciting incident, this is happy, this is sad. Like, it was super cheesy, but it was fun and entertaining. And there was a genuine humanity to it. And then once that genuine humanity was taken away in favor of what I'm about to get to in a moment, meta was parallel with, oh, that's cheesy, that's corny. All of a sudden, meta was cool. So let's get into meta before I bring the further receipts. So what is meta? Referring to itself or the conventions of its genre, showing or suggesting an explicit awareness of itself or oneself as a member of its category. Cleverly self-referential, a term often describing the most effective tactic available based on in-depth knowledge of a system. Example, making a movie about making movies is meta. A meme about memes is pretty meta. Okay, so meta was also the rise of no longer living or enjoying the moment. Because if you're meta, you're kind of thinking about the moment or thinking about a certain experience instead of just living in it and experiencing it. And this, I believe, was parallel with the chastising of cheesiness, of corniness, of genuine human emotion. When was the last time you saw a movie that was just basic? You know, good guy, bad guy, something happens, inciting incident. You know, the hero goes through trials and tribulations and emerges victorious. Everything became about the anti-hero, which is kind of cool. I mean, that's kind of cool. Rocky was sort of an anti-hero, but it was still super cheesy. I mean, just when was the last time a genuine mainstream movie was just plain cheesy? And cheesiness without any kind of degenerate woke agenda or any of that crap. Just pure, unadulterated cheese in a basic movie instead of having all these meta aspects to it. Matari Sensei says, it's funny because this is why I mainly watch anime. I think people gravitate to that cheese. Yeah, anime is, so I don't actually really watch a lot of anime, but that's a good point. Anime there's something very human about it, of just connecting to genuine emotions and sentimentality. I know that's present in a lot of anime. But obviously you can't have as legitimate of a human connection without seeing an actual human face express those emotions. But, yeah, no, anime totally could fit that bill. Flat Bob says, around the time rollerblading stopped being popular because kids ragged on other kids about being gay because they liked rollerblading. You know what, Flat Bob? I don't know if you're joking or not, but that's on point. Were you around for the live where I went over rollerblading? I actually dug up this old documentary on rollerblading and we watched it. We don't have time for that now, but that's a good point. I'm going to have to make a clip of that. BB says, I didn't see the movie, but I saw the trailer. Would Cocaine Bear have been a cheesy movie? I don't think so, because it's not genuine in nature, right? See, if Cocaine Bear was made in the 70s or 80s, it would be genuine, you know what I mean? Like, now Cocaine Bear is made because, oh, it's edgy or cool or it's so ridiculous as a title. Whereas in the 80s, it would be more, I guess organic would be the word. Like they would have genuinely named that not to be edgy, but that's because that what was describing what was on screen. Does that make sense? Flat Bob says, I'm not sure if I was here for that, but yes, I was being serious about that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I actually don't have an exact year here. We're going to figure it out. We're going to try to nail it down a little bit more to the decade, but I would say somewhere around the mid-90s, which is funny because it coincides with the last great year, which we put, I believe we put it at around 93, 92 or 93, when greatest decade, 80s or 90s. I don't know if that's online currently. I might have to re-upload that if that's not up, or it might be having some copyright issues. Flop Bob says 98, 2000 be my take. It was earlier than that. It was the mid-90s. Oh, you mean for rollerblading? Maybe for rollerblading, but for just the when cheesy became an insult, when cheesy and corny became a genuine insult thrown around by children of all ages, I would have to say 95, 96. I would put it approximately there, which also coincides with the major popularity rise of grunge. Grunge obviously was around earlier, but like it was cool when it became cool to be angry and goth. I mean, a lot of this stuff happened in parallel. Matari Sensei says, I really like this take because I struggle to think of anything I've watched that has actually had the level of cheese I like lately besides cartoons. Yeah, I'm telling you, I put hundreds of hours into this. It sounds so simple, but I've been postulating this exact subject and the exact catalyst for decades. Flat Bob says I have to dip out. Okay, we'll check you next time, Flat Bob. You know, I've spent a lot of time on this. Like, I've actually just pondered this endlessly. I don't want to say every day, but many, many days I've just kind of really tried to pinpoint. Like, what was the beginning of the snowball that led us to where we are here? Lord Zed says, Lord Zed says UFC ruined everything. MMA is great, UFC bad. Yeah, I mean, you know, you could say that. You know, Japanese MMA was kind of awesome and epic. Heracles says, just put on the Hallmark Channel. You know what, Heracles? There's a certain amount of cheese, but it's not, I would argue it's not genuine cheese. It's actors phoning it in. Like, are you seriously going to tell me that modern Hallmark movies have anywhere near the level of genuine cheese and sentimentality? Maybe the script does. Maybe. I'm not even gonna, let's grant the script. But the performances are not there because the actors, they generally don't want to be made fun of for being cheesy, or they seem sedated. Is it just me, or is like almost all these actors, there's just no genuine charisma? Like, look at any garbage, like even gutter trash movies from the 80s. They're not phoning it in. I mean, they're really giving it their all, even if they're horrible actors, and they're not afraid to be made fun of for giving their all. Like, modern actors are either holding back on their genuine sentimentality, or they're just that sedated. They're just on that many antidepressants or drugs or you know, that fluoride stare. I mean, it's just not there. Matori Sensei says, yeah, even romantic comedies aren't even the same. Like, what was the last genuine one you saw? I mean, it's everything. It's every genre. It's every genre. Look how fun the 80s horror movies were. I mean, like, I went through this in the Final Destination podcast. If you haven't checked that out, you can check it out. Where I think 2009-ish, the Friday the 13th remake, it was pretty close. And then since then, nothing's really come close. Heracles says, the one problem was forcing DEI onto Hallmark until recently. Heracles says 80s comedies were different. Yeah, because no one was made fun of for being cheesy. Like, people weren't afraid to actually be human. I mean, I would argue that's why Alex Jones is entertaining. Let's throw Alex Jones in here. How entertaining is Alex Jones? I mean, he's like prime Jim Carrey. There was no fear of being made fun of for being cheesy or over the top or whatever. I mean, why? Look at even comedy show or comedy skits like Saturday Night Live, whatever. Even putting the DEI woke nonsense aside, Like, it's like people are terrified to truly be themselves and give 100% in anything. And in cases where maybe they are, it's just they're just lacking the talent. They're just so sedated and fluoridated that even if their 100% is nowhere near what 100% was in the 80s. Lord Zed says, Saved by the Bell, making fun of Screech didn't help. I mean, that was such a cheesy show, though, as a whole, though. So I don't know. I mean, there was always bullying and things like that in various contexts, going back throughout all of history. So I don't know if that would be a major factor. BB says, what's the difference between cheesy and corny versus other types of comedy? I mean, cheesy and corny, it just means over-sentimental, heavy-handed, and emotionally. There's no real difference. And Lord Zed says, because now people look up to clowns like McGregor, not Van Damme. And look how phoned in. So I actually didn't have, like, the new Roadhouse movie with Gyllenhaal and McGregor. It wasn't as bad as I thought, but just, it's like it didn't have that genuine human soul. Let's put it that way. And it wasn't cheesy, was it? Whereas the original Roadhouse, kind of cheesy and way more awesome. Cheesiness is good. Aaron says, cheesiness denigration wasn't the beginning, it was the catastrophic tipping point into the fast slide. Well, that's kind of what I meant by catalyst, right? Like the inciting incident into it. Obviously, there were precursors that were set in motion by string pullers. Yes, that is true. You know what's... See, I don't even mind McGregor that much, because McGregor making fun of people was kind of funny during his rise in MMA. I mean, at least he was more charismatic and entertaining than it. Like, everybody else is just like a cardboard cutout. But yeah, obviously McGregor's, doesn't hold a candle to Van Damme. Yeah, how cheesy is Van Damme? Like, let's look at the movie Bloodsport. How cheesy is Jean-Claude Van Damme? But, he's one of the cheesiest human beings that ever existed, and simultaneously, one of the most entertaining with the best movie. Miniature Warehouse, it's been a while since I've caught a Bruce Maguire stream. Well, you're on luck, my friend. We are discussing the catalyst to the collapse of the West. Heracles says, Married with Children was the tilting point in making dysfunctional normal. I think it was a factor. Yeah, it was a factor. Matari Sensei says, I think the only really cheesy stuff left is cartoons and content geared towards children. But even that content, have you looked at it recently? It's unwatchable. I mean, it's crap. It has no soul. I mean, that's the problem. You're right, it's cheesier than the stuff for adults. Like, it's more basic and cheesy. But it has no soul. I think the people making it also have no soul. And they're 100, even if they're giving 100%, 100% of a person working today is what? 10% of a person working in the 80s? That's a problem. Matari Sensei says, I watched the Sonic movie recently and it was pretty cheesy. Okay, I haven't seen that. Chin Chin says, is fiat currency going to be discussed at all? No, because I don't think that was a catalyst. I think cheesy humans with soul can defeat fiat currency. All right, so who's ready for the receipts here? Is there anybody doubting my thesis yet? I want to hear from are there any trolls or haters in here? I want to hear some pushback on my theory. Matari Sensei says it was more genuine in the past. Yeah, genuineness and cheesiness are hand in hand, I think, as well. Because now everybody's so terrified of not looking cool. Like, think about it. Back in the 80s and 90s, 80s and before, like early 90s and 80s and before, people weren't worried about not looking cool. They weren't afraid to actually put their humanity forth, whether it was Jim Carrey acting all crazy. Like, people were genuine humans back in the day. Now everybody's a zoned out zombie, but the psychology behind it, they're afraid. They're afraid to be looked at as cheesy. Back when cheesiness wasn't seen as bad, people were free to be humans. Silver Bear says, I'm here for it. Is there any pushback, though? Because I kind of want to address any pushback. Matari Sensei says, I'm all in on because I'm the guy that makes corny jokes and doesn't care about being that guy. Yeah, I always made corny jokes too. BB says, I don't think sitcom movies have nearly enough sway in society to be a catalyst for decline in society. Oh, you'd be surprised. There's a reason Operation Mockingbird exists and the CIA wanted to infiltrate entertainment. Because that alpha brainwave programming in televisions, now back in the 50s, you know, when not as many people had TVs, then no. But once you're moving into the 80s, 90s, and beyond, I mean, they definitely do. They definitely do have a lot of effect. The propaganda is insane. Miniature Warehouse said 0 trolls is a good thing. Now, I was just wondering if anybody really had a problem with my theory, though. Silver Bear says dad jokes are making a comeback. Not much a pushback, just a nudge. Matari Sensei says, I always wondered what made the 80s movies so good. It was the cheese, the genuine human nature, and the lack of meta. I'm going to provide way more. I didn't even really give any receipts yet. I'm about to give the receipts with 100,000, over 100,000 data points, but I just wanted to hear anybody if it thought that I'm completely, is there anybody who thinks I'm completely wrong and off base and has a much better catalyst? Not precursor, not things happening in parallel, but an actually a better catalyst. Truth Trollette says, drop 'em, Bruce. Billy Labadie says, old timers in the UK will tell you the government made sure everyone had a TV. Aaron says, the takeover of the monetary system is a strong contender, Bruce. It is, but I would still argue, because when did the takeover take place? Are you saying the establishment of the Federal Reserve, the income tax, all that stuff? That was 100 years ago, and again, I mean, humanity just reached great points since then. So not that it wasn't a factor. I'm not talking about factors. Like, there's been plenty of factors. Yes, feminism, take over the monetary system. You could throw, you know, if you're being really, really, well, I don't even want to go there on some of these, but there's a lot of them. We're on YouTube. But yeah, no, there's a lot of factors. But I want to talk strictly catalyst, like the most weighted catalyst. Not that there aren't other catalysts, but the most weighted. BB says, I mean, a lot of people don't watch a lot of movies, and even people who do watch them just move on with their life after watching them. Or so it seems. But the subconscious programming through the alpha brain waves remains. Thomas Bambury says, opioid epidemic. Yeah, but that still doesn't affect as much of a percent of the population as, for example, making fun of cheesiness. Miniature Warehouse says, Fright Night is the best cheese movie I go to when I need to laugh. Heracles says, I kind of think that the Oprahfication of Housewives was huge. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors since. BB says, what about the development of the scientism mindset and modern philosophy that says humans have no inherent value? Yes, definitely. But I would argue that that was able to have such a foothold is because of a lack of cheesiness, a lack of sentimentality. Because if you're totally wired into your emotions and there's no fear of being cheesy, you would reject that nonsense so quick it would never be able to take a foothold. Matari Sensei says, my only pushback would be I think it's better to describe it as innocence. Not necessarily. Like, you could be a cheesy adult who's not innocent. I mean, look at some of the action movies of the 80s. I wouldn't call them innocent per se. I mean, even ones with adult content. They were cheesy, though. They were genuine human nature, though. They had soul. But, I mean, yeah, that did happen in parallel. I would say, I mean, if I'm really, really trying to delineate here accurately, I mean, some might call it splitting hairs, but I don't know about that. Accurate delineation, I would say the making fun of cheesiness opened the door for the moral decay. Not that it wasn't already happening, but it kind of opened the floodgates. Aaron says, when monetary control and corruption got to the point where more than one income in a family became a necessity. Well, again, that was in parallel with feminism and all that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I would call those factors. I don't know if I'd call them catalysts because the increase in inflation was slow, and 1972 was kind of the wealthiest point other than the 1890s. If I got that correctly. I don't have the charts in front of me right now for the economic history lesson. I went over it on a bunch of lives, though. Billy Labadie says, John Wick 1 just stuffs old world buildings we never built in our face to make people think we built them late 18, early 1900. All New York, too. Aaron says, a big part of monetary corruption is the wholesale funding of SRA, human trafficking, and so on. Yes, indeed. Dehumanization. I would argue that the making fun of cheesiness is an aspect of dehumanization. Because you want to be cool. You want to have no emotions. Lord Zed says, the only counter one could possibly have would be the king of cheese. Dr. Phil's hands certainly aren't clean when it comes to all of it. All right, let's get into the receipts, people. Let's get into the receipts. So let's get into some statistical models. But real quick, let's just do another breakdown on metacommunication. Metacommunication is a type of communication that takes place when participants in a conversation comment or provide context for the content being discussed. And of course, social media has kind of made everything meta. Definition, metacommunication typically involves exchanging information between two people about their conversation in its simplest form. Feltham 2017, metacommunication can be defined as communication about communication. Paraphrasing or summarizing, skilled speakers will paraphrase what they said at the end of a conversation to ensure the content of a message is reinforced. Using meta-commentary, making comments such as, I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but can acknowledge and address potential communication barriers. So once again, this is all part of dehumanization and removing yourself from experiencing a moment and instead making it about the moment instead of living in the moment. About analyzing the moment instead of experiencing and living within that moment. And that's why everything was so much more fun pre-meta. I think the meta was one of the missing pieces when we were discussing 80s versus 90s, the better decade. What was the better decade? Because once you're moving into the mid to late 90s and the rise of meta and the making fun of cheesiness and corniness, that was in parallel. Aaron says, I think we can safely say the sweet point was a coincidence of multiple planned trends. Yeah, I'm just arguing that there was a catalyst that was more of a catalyst than other catalysts. BB says, needing to have two incomes to support a middle-class family would have happened even without feminism because it was a development of late-stage capitalism. You mean late-stage corporatism, not capitalism. Capitalism is a free market. There's no free market in a statist system. That would be corporatist. Matari Sensei says, yeah, you know what? I like sentimentality when genuine sentimentality went on the decline. Yeah, I mean, because sentimentality is humanity, to have those emotions and not to be feared, made fun of for not being cool or being too cheesy or whatever. I mean, think about it. Hollywood's golden age was there's all these original movies being made. Nobody's afraid of being cheesy or corny. As soon as movies started being labeled cheesy and corny on a mass scale, that was the beginning of the end. All right, so let's get into the actual receipts now. I think there are some lurkers in here that are still doubting. They haven't learned their lesson from the Steven Seagal podcast. All right, so let's look at this analysis here. So this is analyzing all listed movies in IMDb. So this is every feature-length movie that has an entry in IMDb up to April 2025. Now, I didn't put the 2020s because they're obviously they're a little bit more problematic. So this is only through the 2010s. So in the 50s, there's roughly 8,900 movies. 21% of them have a score of lower than 6.0. And the decade-wide mean rating is 6.98. Now, you can see the decline. I'll make it a little bigger here. Decade after decade, there's a marked decline. Now, obviously, this has to do with how novel movies were. Because in the 50s, first of all, there weren't as many movies, and the film industry was still relatively new. So a lot of movies were by default original, because there just hadn't been that many made. So everything was kind of original up through even the 60s and 70s, and maybe even 80s. Although the 90s still had their fair share of original films. So now in the 60s, we move to 11,700 films. 24% of them have a score of less than 6. The mean drops to 6.88. In the 70s, you have 15,000. I thought there'd be more movies in the 70s. You have 15,600 entries. 26% of them have a score of lower than 6.0. The mean dropped to 6.82. Now, in the 80s, you have 24,400 films. I think there's way more, but anyway. 31% of those have a score of less than 6.0, and the mean drops to 6.65. In the 90s, you have 42,300. 34% have a score of less than 6, and the mean drops to 6.55. By the 2000s, you have 82,100 films. 38% now have a score of less than 6.0, with a decade-wide mean rating of 6.37. By the 2010s, you now have over 142,600 films, almost twice as many films, and it's creeping closer to 50% with lower ratings. 42% less than 6.0, and everything plummets to a 6.21 decade mean rating. Now, this only used titles with more than 1,000 user votes. So, okay, what does this all mean? Let's look at a visual representation here of what this all looks like. So, you have the 2010s making up almost half of all lower rated movies. Now, obviously, there weren't that many movies in the 50s and 60s or even 70s, but look at how the 1980s makes up such a small slice with the 1990s. I know the color is kind of similar with the 2000s and the 2010s, but the 2000s, 25.6, and the 2010s make up almost half of all lower-rated bad movies. So look at the 80s and 90s. Look at those champs there. Look at those champs. Again, I am postulating this is all due to cheesiness starting to be made fun of and looked down upon. Now, let's get to meta. So here's an analysis here, an AI analysis on meta films. So meta films involve self-awareness, irony, or films that acknowledge their own existence as a film, example, breaking the fourth wall, spoofing their genre, or commenting on cinematic tropes. These films became more prominent as cinema evolved, especially in post-1980s. So here's an estimated breakdown per trends on metafilm. In the 50s, only 2%. Concept of self-awareness or irony was almost non-existent. In the 60s, 4%. Rise of experimental cinema. In the 70s, 5%, start of a more avant-garde and self-referential cinema, especially in films like A Clockwork Orange. In the 80s, 10% with the emergence of self-referential comedies like Airplane and Naked Gun. 90s, 20%. Meta films like Scream, which I actually went over this in the Final Destination episode. on how Scream was both the beginning of the end of the horror genre and also the revitalization of it. It was simultaneously both. And one of the reasons is because it was meta. The Truman Show and Pulp Fiction began to dominate by the 2000s, 25%. A rise in films that commented on the film industry itself, adaptation being John Malkovich. I think being John Malkovich was 99. I don't know if it was released in certain places in 2000. Is it 99 or 2000? 2010s, 25%. Films like Deadpool, Lego Movie, Cabin in the Woods continue to play with the boundaries of self-awareness and genre. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I hated Cabin in the Woods, actually. A lot of people liked it. So now, let's look at a visual representation of the rise of meta. So you have here, isn't this a curious matchup here? So isn't this a curious visual representation here? So not identical, but you could see some trends now of percentage of bad films relative to total films and the rise of meta. And just double check the chat here. Lord Zed says the only way to fix this is for Clooney to be Batman again. Clooney's so dry, though. He's not really cheesy. Chin Chin says the controllers have had this all planned for over a century, in my opinion, setting up the whole of Western civilization for inevitable decline. Cheesiness broke the camel's back. Here's the thing, though. Like, okay, let's talk cheesiness, like with elementary school kids making fun of other kids for being cheesy. Where did that come from? Because I don't know where that came from in the mid-90s, because cheesy movies were still kind of cool, so I actually don't know what's behind the catalyst. I mean, the dehumanization and the moral degeneracy, obviously that's the string pullers. The social engineers, the powers that be, whatever you want to call them. But as for the chastising of cheesiness, even among children, I really don't know what's behind that. I mean, I don't know. We can talk about that. I'm about to unleash the piece de resistance of receipts here. Matari Sensei says, remember genuine love songs? Yeah, we can move on. We'll definitely touch upon music. But yeah, when was the last time you had a super cheesy love song? Like Amazed by Lone Star? Like, where are all those nowadays? Everything's like mumble rap trash or just uninspired. Just really uninspired crap. Gutter trash. That's all we have. Matari Sensei says expressing genuine sentiments would begin to be seen as corny and unattractive to women in particular, which would to influence men more and change the mating trends. Yeah, there was some of that, but like among children, I'm trying to pinpoint that. Because, yeah, I'm just really trying to think. Because even elementary school kids were making fun of other kids for being cheesy, or that's cheesy, or you write a short story, that story's cheesy. Anything with genuine sentimental value was seen as cheesy. There was this shift to be edgy and cool and dark and goth, among other things. All right, who's ready for the piece de resistance? Yeah, 80s rock was awesome too because it was genuine. Satanic influence aside, it was genuine. All right, here's the piece de resistance. Here is the correlation of bad films and meta films by decade. What a coincidence we have here. I mean, look at this. Look at the rise of meta and the rise of the percentage of bad films relative to total films being made. I mean, this is quite interesting. I mean, can anybody dispute any of these receipts? All right, before we have, I mean, Chin Chin says pretty damning graph. Now, I spent a lot of time on this. Like, I'm not exaggerating here. Like, I've been thinking about this for a long time. This is what I've come up with. This is where I'm at. Let me just read a blog post here from roughwriting.net. This is from June 30th, 2017. That's so cheesy. Okay, so when artists who are supposed to speak freely are afraid to be earnest. Earnest is another good word. Like, how much earnest art is there these days? Whether it's people pushing woke ideology or people afraid to be criticized, like, everybody's scared. Like, everybody's virtue signaling, everybody's scared. Who's actually being earnest in art? Everybody wants to make a statement in a, you know, some kind of political statement or otherwise. Instead of just making genuine art from the soul, politics be damned. But that was status quo in the 80s and at least early 90s. You made art for the sake of it being the art, not making any kind of statement. I mean, some people did, but, you know, there was still, you know, there was some of that, but there's always some of that. But that wasn't the majority. So when artists who are supposed to speak freely are afraid to be earnest and do beauty and sincerity, you've got a serious problem on your hands. Cheesy makes people afraid to be emotional. And I won't have it. So, this is Patty Jenkins of the Wonder Woman movie, which is interesting. I haven't seen the movie. Supposedly it's like feminist garbage, but woke feminist garbage from Marvel, Disney, whatever. But that's, you know, I gotta give her props for this statement here. Cheesy makes people afraid to be emotional and earnest and sincere, and that is true. And so this writer here on roughwriting.net, I won't either, Patty. Since when did sentimentality and heartfelt emotion become cheesy? I looked up the word cheesy in Oxford Learner's Dictionary. One, informal, not very good or original, and without style, in a way that is embarrassing but amusing. A cheesy horror movie. But you know the thing, like, did the makers of all those slashers in the 80s, were they really embarrassed by their product? I don't think they were. I think they were having genuine fun in making their product. I think they were proud of their product and happy that so many people were entertained by it and thought it's fun and awesome. 2, informal, too emotional or romantic in a way that is embarrassing, a cheesy love song, a cheesy romance novel. And again, I would argue, I don't know about today, but back in the day, I would argue those authors were not embarrassed by their work at all, and neither were the readers. Like, you know another phrase, guilty pleasure. Like, why would it be a guilty pleasure to enjoy something cheesy? Matari Sensei says, may unironically, the Satanic Panic was the cause and all the edgy rock bands. Lord Zed says, you were called gay at school if you watched Seventh Heaven with your parents every Tuesday. Not that I would know. Lord Zed. Clark Rice says, I agree with Herc. There was a nexus of Married with Children, Roseanne, The Simpsons. There was a recalibration of crassness and internet etiquette where everyone says abusive crap. Yeah, I mean, that's another parallel issue, but, you know, everybody, yeah, there's the making fun of the cheesiness. BB says, Amazed was a corny song. I didn't think it was. Well, I don't think it is either. I'm asking how come those songs aren't being made now? Like, even the alt-rock bands of the late 90s, early 2000s, like, what was it, Lifehouse? Hanging by a Moment, Here With You. I mean, that was a heartfelt song. Should I play that? No, that's going to get copyright. But yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, you had actual heartfelt, genuine songs. Now, just the high commercialization, auto-tune crap. I mean, some people like Taylor Swift, but I just don't hear any soul in any of her music. And no, I have not listened to every single song, but I've heard, like, the clips in mainstream media. Three of a smile done in an exaggerated and probably not sincere way. She had a cheesy grin on her face. But here's the thing, though. Just because the cheesy grin is still fun and entertaining, even if it's not, let's say, organic. Like, even if you're making it just to make it, it can still be fun and entertaining without the fear of being cheesy. 4, smelling or tasting of cheese. Many times in my creative writing classes, an adult student writes a beautiful nonfiction piece about a mother or a spouse or a child that seeps in gratefulness and love. That student then downgrades her story by saying, but it's too cheesy. And sappy is another word. Sappy. For people that are having trouble with the word cheesy. Yeah, sometimes people chastise and view negatively things that are sappy, even though it's genuine human emotion. What makes it cheesy, I ask? Well, it's sentimental. There's nothing edgy in it, or dark, or negative. And why is that a bad thing? So when society decided that cheesiness was bad, and things had to be edgy, dark, or negative, that's the beginning of the end. That's my thesis here. So if we write, photograph, draw, paint, dance out of a joyful or inspired or thankful or heartfelt emotion, then that creative piece is cheesy, ? If we write about deep love or intense romance or extraordinary friendships, that's cheesy, ? Well, bring on the cheese. I celebrate sentimentality. According to Wikipedia, sentimentality originally indicated the reliance on feelings as a guide to truth. But current usage defines it as an appeal to shallow, uncomplicated emotions at the expense of reason. And see, that's why, again, I think part of this was planned, like, behind all of this catalyst, because it's so dehumanizing to separate yourself from your emotions and your intuitions and everything that makes you human, to be afraid to be called cheesy. Adam says, I don't watch a lot of films. I've never heard the term meta film. I'm not even sure they would call it a meta film. They would say a film that's meta. I don't think they're called meta film. Well, maybe. There's meta elements. Yeah, I know on the graph it says here meta films, but I don't think that's like an official terms like horror films, but films with meta elements. Clark says the late 70s was the best, well-functioning analog technology, big, strong middle-class economy, good, fair, competitive boxing, great music, and cinema. I would see, again, you're a little bit older than me, Clark, I guess. I can't really comment too much on the 70s, but the 80s were so much fun, and the early 90s were kind of like the 80s. Matari says, we're not always rational beings. I hate when everything has to make sense to people and it's called bad writing because it's genuine human emotion. Clark says, it's all because of the transition from analog to digital. You lose it in the sample. You know what? That's a good catalyst. That is a great contender. I guess you just joined a little late. Another great catalyst is the transition from analog to digital. That's a good one. It's kind of hard to argue against that. That is another great contender for a catalyst. Aaron says, cheesy is not necessarily sentimental. In my opinion, it can be poor acting as in a poorly made film. Some spaghetti westerns were like that. Yeah, it's a broad term. I'm kind of using it as sentimental. Yeah, there are shades of meaning where cheesy could mean shoddy. Elaine says, watch reaction music videos. The best music was the late 70s. Yeah, there's a lot of great music from the 70s. I mean, I like a lot of music from even the 60s and the 50s. Even the 40s. Straighten Up and Fly Right. Nat King Cole. That was a banger back in the day in the 40s. I mean, you could hear the human spirit in some of that old music. But I would argue the 80s still had it. And some of the 90s, some of the early 2000s, although a lot less. Clark says, when you sample, even at a super high rate, you are losing the edge of the curve. It affects mass reproduction. Yeah, there's just something about good old-fashioned records. They do sound better. Billy says, young people will never know the freedoms we had in the 70s, 80s, even early 90s. Movies had kids in back of pickups. Now they would hold in jail overnight. Yeah, I mean, I would still argue in rural areas, even today, I mean, it's kind of tough. More like the early 2000s still had it. There were so many places in rural America in the early 2000s that were almost identical to the early 90s. Adam says early 2000s music is peak. Yeah, that was the last time it was still good, I would say. There was a little bit of real, genuine human spirit. I mean, you could also say the commercialization of everything would be a catalyst, but that was... When did that really start? Because that was kind of always around. It just wasn't as heavy-handed. But let me finish this article here before I get to an excellent clip, an excellent video clip that for some reason I just randomly thought of when putting all this together. So, call me old-fashioned, but I like using my heart as a guide to truth. In my thesaurus, sentimentality is called mawkishness, soppiness, schmaltziness, and sappiness. I say, bring on the sap. Without sap, would have no luscious syrup to spread on our dry pancakes or waffles. Sappy syrup sweetens up what could be dull and tasteless. That's a good point, because most media today is dull and tasteless. What about you? Do you like your creative spirit sweetened or dulled into political non-emotional correctness? That's another point, too. When political correctness kind of became over-focused on and promoted. Like, was there a shift? Like, what year was the shift? Was it Obama? Was the beginning of the Obama administration? Where everything just had to be politically correct? So that was just an interesting article from roughwriting.net. I haven't seen too much address this topic. But yeah, and a lot of it is too like an over complexity. I could add this to the meta. Like, movies tried to outdo other movies instead of simply being good. Instead of just simply being good and genuine and entertaining and human and emotional and fun, they were always trying to outdo other movies. Like let's add 50 million plot twists. Now, that could be cool. I enjoyed Inception, certainly. But it's like every movie's trying to do that. Like, if there was, if like one filmmaker wants to do that, that's cool, that's awesome, that spices things up, that's super interesting and entertaining. But when every single movie tries to outdo other movies in the genres with a million twists, then you get the crap that we get today. Clark says, also in music, timing wasn't driven by a click track, but by interaction with the drummer. All those different music genres all had great analog drummers. Chin Chin says, no need for sap when you got fructose. Aaron says, I do believe the fear of cheesiness, sappiness extended as far as opera, so that acting was not as sincere. Modern opera singers now seem to be reversing that trend. Yeah, I don't really know much about opera, but that's very interesting, Aaron. So you would say so now that so has the pendulum swung so far? It's swinging back now in opera. BB says, why am I watching this? You all might want to consider doing something higher-minded with your lives and constantly intaking pop culture trash from any era. It's the junk food of entertainment. You don't like being entertained? Well, first of all, I don't think I could watch any modern movies because that's all trash. But something that genuinely makes you happy and entertains you, I wouldn't say that's a bad thing. It's not like I mean, I can't speak for other people, but it's not like anybody's doing that's the only thing you're doing. I mean, you know, go out there, enjoy nature, enjoy the outdoors, enjoy talking to friends and family. I mean, that's a small portion of your life. We're just specifically discussing it for the purpose of this podcast as it affects life as a whole. For example, people in schools, like kids or whoever, they're making fun of other kids for being cheesy. Like, what's behind that? I think that's kind of important when we're discussing the catalyst for the decline of all of Western civilization. I'm just using film as one representation of this phenomena, so to speak. Justin Johnson in the house. Matari Sensei says, good entertainment is enriching and good for mental health. Yeah, I mean, you could even look, I mean, BB's already gone, but if BB wants, I could put the studies on the screen showing how entertainment can be beneficial. Now, obviously, it can be negative as well with all the, you know, symbolism and propaganda and satanic degenerate filth in it. But genuine good nature, wholesome entertainment, especially with like strong role models. Like that's another thing missing from anything post 2010 for sure. Where are all the role models? Like everything's all about indulging degeneracy and narcissism. Like John Cena, really? The Rock? I mean, these guys are goofs. You know, when you had cheesy Van Damme standing up for what was right, damn the cost. Now that's a role model. BB's Inquiry. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, I would argue all of the arts are cool and can be enriching to your life. But yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't say watch reality TV or any of that crap. All right, so here's a clip that I think illustrates. Here's an individual we haven't talked about too much. Definitely needs a deep dive. Definitely needs a deep dive, but brace yourselves. Here is a video clip of a lot of what I'm talking about, and I'll discuss why after I play it here. Fair use all the time.
I love to have it, but it belongs to the Hong Kong government.
No, it really belongs to the people of China.
But Hong Kong can keep it in custody after 1997. We've been working together, eh?
Huh? You think I'm going to be working with you again? Until I tell
Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those cats were fast as lightning. That little bit frightening. But they fought with expert timing. Every funky fighting man on the funky side of town.
All right, so let's discuss this a little bit. So this is obviously from the Jackie Chan classic Police Story 3 Super Cop. For those that have not seen this incredible masterpiece of cinema from 1992, released in the US in 1993, directed by Stanley Tong. This is one of Jackie's one of his best movies. Look at these stunts here. The only people that can compare, I mean, even Tom Cruise wouldn't do something like this. I know he was hanging off of a plane, but he had a wire, so he wouldn't die. Jackie here could literally die. And he actually did. I think he broke a bunch of ribs. It's coming up here in a second. But look at this illustration of the indomitable human spirit. And even that joke about Hong Kong and the British, even though whenever things are a little bit politicized, like back in the 80s and 90s, it was done in a fun way, not in a deathly serious, everybody hates everybody kind of way. Lord Zed says, every time my friend slept over in 7th and 8th grade, we'd watch a Jackie Chan movie with my dad. It was awesome. Matari says, he apparently has broken almost every part of his body once. Yeah, I'm actually going to do a deep dive on Jackie Chan. We haven't talked about the Chan Meister that much. We've been talking mostly about Steven Seagal, and rightfully so, but Jackie needs his own, obviously Jackie definitely deserves a lot of credit for his accomplishments in the genre. Most of the stunts, like he did this one, but most of the stunts was actually done by a Chinese stuntman named Johnny Chung, the greatest unsung hero of Hong Kong cinema. He did most of the stunts people think Jackie did, but Jackie did a lot of them too, just not... Jackie maybe did 25% of them, which is a lot, because they're very dangerous, but Johnny Chung did most of them. Justin says, that's what also happens when you cross Seagal. Oh, man. Is Steven Seagal your favorite now, Justin? I think you said you take back half of the negative things you said about him. Okay, so let's continue here.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
For people wondering, that's Maggie Chung on the left. And damn. Okay. But look how happy everybody is. Just look how happy and genuinely human people were back then. Like, watch the behind the scenes of, like, a modern movie now. Even a Tom Cruise movie. I mean, yeah, there's a couple jokes here and there. But most of it's kind of, like, forced and fake. Like, look at the genuine human emotion of these human beings making a movie here. When was the last time you saw something like this in a Hollywood film? Like, even on the behind the scenes. It's like everybody is so fluoridated and sedated. The human spirit's just not there. Not to mention most of the films are all degenerate filth now with no actual strong morals. Here you have Jackie making cheesy movies. I mean, Jackie Chan's movies were really cheesy. Justin says Bruce's second crush on the left, it showed. Yeah. Well, if you watch a lot of Jackie Chan movies, Maggie Chung is in a lot of them.
Those cats were fast as lightning.
When was the last time you saw a cameraman, not only being given the light of day by the behind-the-scenes crew, but this genuinely happy, and you'll see in a moment, I mean, this cameraman deserves an award himself for people that haven't seen this, but check this out here.
On a mission from Hong Kong. He said, here comes the big boss. Let's get it on. We took a bow and made a stand. Started swinging with our hands. I saw the motion made me skip. Now we're into a brand new trick. Everybody was
And unlike Tom Cruise, there's no safety cable there. Jackie just literally almost died by falling off the side of a moving train. No safety cables here. This is crazy. And this is where Jackie Chan gets hit by a helicopter. He gets hit by a helicopter. Something got snagged, so he couldn't get out of the way. He broke a bunch of ribs right here. Check this out. Justin Johnson says less cables than NASA. Oh, man. But the reason I chose that clip is just look at the genuine humanity here. Like, everybody's so scared. Like, everybody's walking on eggshells these days. Back then, people weren't afraid to be humans and show emotion. I mean, look at these stunts, are crazy. But even, like, joking around, when you watch actors joke around these days and behind the scenes, everything is so subdued, suppressed. It's like human emotions are dialed down like a 1. But back here, like, how can you not smile and laugh watching these movies from the 80s and 90s? Because they were so genuine, and you're seeing genuine human emotion here. Justin Johnson says, imagine Jackie Chan on a roller jet. Oh, that would be fantastic. If they got Jackie, Steven Seagal, throw in Van Damme with Alex Jones as the announcer commissioner. Oh, that would be so epic. Oh, man. All right, so, I mean, that's my thesis. I provided a ton of receipts with 100,000 data points on movies. I mean, what else can be said here? I mean, just look at this correlation. Like, and none of Jackie's movies are meta, are they? Truth Trollette says they had soul still, or some did, now not so much. Yeah, I think a lot of it's just like they're all drugged up. They're just so drugged up. Here, I mean, I'll throw some more, let's throw another receipt up in here. Like, a lot of Hollywood actors are liberals, so they clearly have, especially females, they have all these mental health conditions. Like, how much drugs are they on? Like, here, Maggie Chung. I mean, I don't think Maggie Chung was on any medications here. What does everybody think? I mean, Jackie possibly might have had to take some painkillers for any lingering injuries, but just look at the genuine human nature here. I'm trying to get some random behind the scenes shots here. Of just random Hollywood stuff. But here's just a random shot, like a behind the scenes shot from the new Twisters movie. I mean, let's see. I mean, just look how subdued everybody is. Like, look at their faces. They just, like, look at the difference here. I mean, they're just so zoned out. They look zoned out and drugged up, don't they? I mean, I'm sure I could find some more happy ones, but I didn't see this movie, by the way, but it's like, because Jackie Chan could definitely be described as cheesy. I actually can't even find that many, like, behind the scenes shots. They're kind of hard to find. It's actually surprisingly hard to find some. I'm just looking up behind the scenes shots of random movies. It's usually just like posed shots. But I don't see anything coming even close to this clip of Jackie Chan and Maggie Cheung. Yeah, I mean, I can't. If people can find something, I just can't. Everybody's looks like they're permanently zoned out or sedated. Clark says, I only watch Canadian TV. They had some good cheesy stuff back in the day. Chin Chin says, they look like they're clocked in at the worst 9 to 5. Aaron says, as cheesy as it may sound, I am finding that some modern TV and cinema from Canada is restoring genuine acting. I haven't seen anything recently. Back in the day, they did have some good stuff. Clark says, something tells me that Jackie Chan's knees, shoulders, elbows, wrists, ankles, and spine all tell him when it's about to rain. Lord Zed says, Jackie doesn't take painkillers, he likes the pain. You know what, let me look that up, because he's so present. I mean, he never seems sedated or zoned out. Like, Jackie's so focused. I can't find anything, actually. You know what's interesting is he said, wow. So he had a, yeah, apparently he doesn't. Because he said that he just has a lot of pain. So he said he started treatment in 2022 at 68 years old. He started taking medications. So it looks like he doesn't. I mean, that kind of explains things, because you could see how he gets bothered, like on a lot of the behind the scenes and the fights, you could see how certain things bother him. So apparently he started taking meds at age 68. Yeah, I mean, he's so genuine and in the moment present. I'm not really that surprised that he didn't take medications. Unless that's all a lie, but. Man, Justin is relentless on NASA. Looks like they just got back from the greatest achievement of all time. Are you referring to the twisters behind? I mean, Glenn Powell doesn't look that bad. He looks like he's okay. I mean, just look at the sheer joy with Jackie and Maggie Chung, though. I mean, this guy, I don't know who this guy is. So the guy in the red shirt, he looks like he's on a lot of drugs or just a lot of weed. But yeah, they do not seem present. Glenn Powell's the closest, but yeah, anyway. But yeah, just look at the sheer joy here on these people making a movie. I mean, Jackie really looked like he had the time of his life with his career. Oh, that's a creepy video, Justin Johnson. That is really creepy on masks. Definitely a topic for another podcast. All right, so anybody have any final thoughts here before we round this out? On my choice for the catalyst for the absolute decline of Western civilization. The chastising of cheesiness. Cheesiness being viewed as negative, and the rise of meta-analysis instead of enjoying the moment you're living in. The villainization of humanity and sentimentality and emotions. That's the beginning of the end, in the opinion of one Bruce McGuire. And how many people really rewatch movies from, 2010s onward? Even if you kind of sort of liked it, they just don't have the soul. You rewatch stuff from the 80s and 90s because it's awesome. Like Bloodsport. And Kickboxer. Alright, I'm going to round this out with the greatest commercial of all time.
us, the Fresh Maker.
Truth Trollette says, why did I know this was the commercial? Chin Chin says, I want to buy Mentos now. Well played. Look at the cheesy grin on Van Damme, one of the cheesiest individuals of all time. Coincidentally, also one of the most entertaining. I mean, most of the Mentos commercials were actually really cheesy, but awesome and reflective of the time period. Also, another thing we didn't even talk about was like how colorful the 80s and 90s were, and then in the late 90s, everything shifted to like dark, goth, just no more bright, colorful, lively anything. And then architecture followed. Aaron says, Van Damme always seemed sincere to me. Yeah, I'm using cheesy in the sense of simply sentimental, but earnest and genuine in the sentimentality. That's how I've been using it this whole time. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us for another edition of the MindShock podcast. Plenty more to come on a variety of topics with, of course, logic and reason at the forefront, attempting not to fall for any logical fallacies unlike anything else out there. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. If you're not getting notifications, you can sign up for the free Patreon tier as well. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.